morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. Hide your kiddies, hide your children. We are trolling the digital airwaves. No one is safe. So join us as we discuss the latest news in the world of sports and review the events of the past week. No fantasy sports here. We keep it real. And as such, we are the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. Slurred the speech there, but it's way too early in the morning. We are repetitive and redundant. We have no peers. Hell, we are the internet's ongoing traffic wreck. And we carry more water for sports than even Depends can handle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Scorekeeper. Thank you for joining me on this glorious and beautiful Saturday, June 17, 2023. Ask you to bear with me. The voice is going, and every time I say the voice is going, I don't know why I go to that, but that's my voice is going move. And need a quick hit, cup of Joe, but the voice is still going, so I ask you to bear with me. I have no news that I'm willing to share at this point right now. I can only tell you that the July Sports Talk with the Guy programs, Monday Night America, a lot of other stuff, they're genuinely 93.769314% going to be on hold, except for Strange New Worlds on Thursday night. I'm going to have something to do, but there may be some other programs from some of the other co-hosts, the programs that I'm involved in, stuff like that. It's probably going to go on a hiatus for a little while. So you guys have already heard the sad story, so I'm not going to go into any further. Just things are coming to a head, so we have to resolve them. So I want to let you know that we have a major episode coming up right after us, Ever New at 10:30. Boy, Chris Smith has a lot of guests ready to go. You're going to have to check it out. There's a lot of stuff happening at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. No, actually, it's been moved. 10:30 a.m. Dominic Cisak, he plays Harris Beckner on the Ark, will be on with us at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Better Watch Call Season 6 rewatch is on at 3 p.m. Bobby Nash returns. He'll be on at 6 p.m. Pacific time on Monday Night America. The Courage to Look is on the 21st at 6 p.m. It'll probably be their last episode for the time being. And, of course, the aforementioned third episode, but second episode of Strange New Worlds will be on Thursday night at 6 p.m. We have a Jedi Attacks Online episode on the 18th. Wow. I don't know about that one, but it's probably going to happen as well. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Let us know who you are and where you hail from. We'd love to know. We need the likes. Appreciate the subscribes. We're on our way to 1 million. So any like and subscribe. Thank you. That's taking a quick look at the calendar. Traditionally, I've always done it. It's 58 degrees. Going to get to a high at 85 today. Wow. That's going to be nice. An overnight low of 60. So it's actually colder right now than it will be tomorrow overnight. Just kind of interesting. Humidity is 99% right now. 29.97 inches is the pressure. Visibility is 8 miles. Sunrise was at 5:39 a.m. I did see it this morning. Sunset will be at 8:04. We're nearing the summer solstice, longest day of the year. Wind is heading to the southeast at 1 mile per hour. Dew point is right now, and it is 58 degrees right now. UV index is 0 of 10, and the moon phase is a new moon right now. So, taking a quick look at that, and also in history, in 1901, the U.S. Open men's golf, myopia hunt. Sorry, I butchered that one. William Anderson of Scotland wins the first of his 4 Open titles by 1 stroke in an 18-hole playoff with Alex Smith. In 1943, player manager Joe Cronin of the Red Sox hits 3 3-run pinch home runs. Wow, that's crazy. In 1962, Chicago Cub Lou Brock is second to homer into the Polo Grounds right center field bleachers. That is crazy. Today in Yankee history in 1978, in probably one of the best seasons for a pitcher, at least in the top 10, he went 25-3 and a 1.78 ERA. Wow, that's my memory. That's my boy Gator, Louisiana Lightning, Ron Guidry, set the Yankee record with 18 strikeouts back in 1978. He started the season 14-0. He was a monster that year, that lefty. I had the privilege of seeing him pitch numerous times. He was really good, really, really good. Today, back in, when was it? In 1994, June 17th, Gridiron Girl, thank you for the love. Got a little bit this morning. Viewers across the nation are glued to their television screens on June 17, 1994, watching as a fleet of black and white police cars pursues a white Ford Bronco along Interstate 405 in Los Angeles, California. Inside the Bronco is Orenthal James, O.J. Simpson, a former professional football player and actor and sports commentator whom police suspected of involvement in the recent murders of his former wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ronald Goldman. Today was the infamous low-speed chase. Wow, that's crazy. Today in AVP, taking a look at the schedule, AVP 40 years. Wow, that's crazy. So it is, today is the 17th. So upcoming, we have the Denver Open on the AVP Tour Series, June 30th through July 2nd. The AVP Pro Series as at Hermosa Beach, July 7th through the 9th. That's a quick look at the AVP. Good morning, Big Dog. How are you 1 week removed from your holy day?
Hola, caballeros y caballeras. ¿Cómo están todos?
Would you please adjust the simulcast button?
Oh,
did you notice that
there
in
you go.
Spanish is the exact same thing as in English?
How's that?
Oh, very good. I'm glad you adjusted it. We have to fix the letters on the bottom, though. They didn't sound off. So it's good.
So I had to change my Sapo button, right?
I'm sorry, the which button?
The Sapo button, the SAP.
Very good. The Sapo button. I hadn't heard that one in a while. I'm glad you did it. Glad you came ready to play. All I know is that Freudian, that Gridiron Girl did appreciate that one this morning. So, good stuff. So, what's going on, young man?
Nah, a whole lot of nothing. What's going on with you? You ready for your big day tomorrow?
Tomorrow's June 18th.
Mm-hmm.
What's tomorrow?
Father's Day.
Oh, I would have to ask you. I wasn't even thinking about it, Big Dog. Wasn't even thinking about it. I don't. I guess I have other things on my mind right now. I vaguely knew it was upcoming, but I was not spending any energy on it. Do you have plans?
I don't know. I have not been told anything, so as of right now, no.
I think you are, though.
To my knowledge, no.
Yeah, I think they're just playing it coy for the time being. Your daughters are incredibly active when it comes to days like this.
This is for Scorekeeper and anybody who still works. Unfortunately,
then why is it for me? Why is it for me then?
Well, you are just recently removed. So for me, it's been 5 years. So I'm way removed. But for those recently removed or still working, and this is coworker nicknames, and see if you can figure these out. When your coworkers are named Kit Kat.
Oh, that's me. Actually, that is me. Yes, that's yes.
Always on a break.
Yes, that's me.
Motion light.
You cut out a little bit. What light?
Motion light.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Only works when someone walks by.
Yeah, it's very good. That one is awesome.
Always floats around and stinks like shit.
What was that one? Unfortunately, you cut out just a little bit again.
God damn it. Okay. Seaweed was
Oh,
always,
seaweed.
always floats around and stinks like shit.
That's funny. Hey, Gridiron Girl, there were a few of those, weren't there? There were, huh? And I don't mean her. I mean where we were. It's like, yeah. Unfortunately, we had a central off. Oh, Big Dog, you remember visiting me? I was in the corner of the center office. Remember? Oh my God! Especially after lunch. Mother of God! If Homeland Security ever came around, they would have shut that place down, thinking it was screw that girl. She didn't even let me finish. Yeah, for sure. Go on, Big Dog. I can ruin more of those jokes.
E.T.
Rarely ever see them, right?
Always wants to go home.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I had an ET recently.
G-spot.
Hmm?
You can never find them.
What was the thing?
G-spot.
You can never find them. Oh, there are a lot of boys over there that, yeah, they're G-spots.
Oh, this one you're really going to love, and you probably have a lot of these ones. A lot of splinters. An annoying little prick that always gets under your skin.
Thank God I didn't have to deal with them as much, but yes, 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 yes. Oh my God, it's almost orgasmic.
Blister. Always appears after all the hard work is done.
Oh, yeah. You know, yes, yeah. I had to think back because recently I have to give a shout out to my recent coworkers, which I haven't had a chance to see them for a while, especially in the equipment office. Far from Keith. Shout out to you, my brother. I miss you. Caesar. Oh my God. John. You guys. And Javier and Eddie and Jose. Those guys. I would joke to kind of call them some of these names, but no. The shit that they do every day, I am proud to be able to say that I work with them. Good guys. But they would think that they'd get a kick out of this list because they could identify others. Hell yeah.
Foreskin. Disappears when things get hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I forgot David as well. I apologize. David is also in that group. But go ahead.
Two more. 007.
A secret agent. Can't find him.
No, zero motivation, zero skills, but takes 7 bathroom breaks.
Oh my God, yes, I had not heard that one. The others, I've heard most of them, but I had not heard 007. Oh man, Gridiron Girl, we could spend some time mentioning those. That is hilarious. Big Dog, I genuinely had not heard that one. That's funny.
And last but not least, birthday cake. Because everybody gets a piece.
Oh, good God, yes. Oh my God, yes, yes. I did not partake of the birthday cake, but I do know of birthday cakes, both male and female. Yes. Oh yeah, but that's funny. Oh, by the way, even though Nick is no longer with us, good stand-up guy as well. Great kid, and had the privilege of working with him as well. But anyway. They would get a kick out of that list, but I'm Kit Kat. Oh hell yeah,
No.
So it's all good. The others, I vaguely remember them, but they're right in line. I like it. I like it. So I don't switching gears, and thank you for that, Big Dog. Nice start to the program there. Your thoughts on the NBA championship now that it's done? It was 4-1. I don't remember what you called, and then I heard some conversation about the gentleman's sweep which, in my opinion, tangent. There's no
Sure.
such thing. There's no damn such gentleman sweep. Blow me. Anyway, back to that. So, I think it was 4-1. The series. Nikolai Jokic, like, set one of the greatest records of all time, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Why don't you finish that thought, Big Dog, please? And we'll go over the championship a little bit.
The 2023 world champions, the Denver Nuggets, reminded me in this playoff run, reminded me so much of the 2012 Dallas Mavericks, where it was just their year. There wasn't going to be anything to stop them. They were unstoppable.
It didn't matter who showed up, huh?
It didn't matter who showed up. Jokic had a playoff, the best playoff ever of anybody. I believe
Really?
it was the most points, rebounds, and assists combined in a playoff series, I think, and in a NBA Finals.
Didn't he establish the record where he led in each round? He was like the leader of each round.
Yes. Yeah, he
Who
had a phenomenal.
the hell has done that before?
Nobody.
Apparently no one.
And Jokic is a class act. I don't know if you saw the final game or not, but when they won the title, Jokic made it. Jokic made it his objective was to go and shake everyone on the Heat's side. He shook their hand before he went to celebrate, and that's a class act. He sought everyone out. A couple of course, better than others. So others just got the handshake. Some got hugs, and things were said back and forth. But, and he is just, he was so nonchalant in the interviews afterwards. And he just, when they talked about the parade, I don't know if you've seen that, but that's been the clip that's been going around. Well, they asked him, what do you think about the parade? And he's like, parade? When's the parade? And they told him, oh, the parade's on Thursday. And he's like, no, not Thursday. I have to go home.
I know. I had not seen that one. That's funny.
But, a lot of players that this means a lot to that were kind of cast-offs that ended up on the roster of the Nuggets. One of them, former Laker, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, KCP.
Oh, right.
Big. He had the steal of the series that last game. Also, DeAndre Jordan, who, as we remember, was one of the main stars of Lob City in the Clippers. And once he left, he kind of floated around, didn't really, have anything to show for himself once he left the Clippers. Was on that team also. And there was one other player, I can't think of his name right now, but this championship means a lot to them. So KCP, the Denver Nuggets should send Jeannie Buss a bouquet of flowers for us getting rid of him. He took him an extra year to find his way towards Denver, but he did.
Funny,
Always was an excellent player, excellent defensive player. But yeah, the Denver Nuggets, they had a playoffs for the ages, and hats off to them. And also their owner now, which is pretty crazy. Let me pull this up real quick. They are now, here we go. The owner is Steve Kroenke, who now has won 3 straight world championships in 2020. In 2021, Kroenke, of course, Stan Kroenke. Stan Kroenke, of course, owns the Rams.
I was going to ask.
And they won in 2021. Last year, his hockey team, the Colorado Avalanche, which he owns, won the Stanley Cup. And now the Denver Nuggets, which he owns, won the world championship. So he's won 3 straight titles in three different sports.
And 3 in a row.
And 3 in a row. And I don't think that you'll never see that happen again.
I don't think so.
That's just luck of the freaking draw.
There are cities that
Yes.
have had 2 of 3, but I don't think they've ever had 3 or even 4 of. Wow. And folks, I know I kind of asked Big Dog to say what he did about the Denver, but he said it on his own, and I added to it. But folks, Denver played some damn good teams and just kicked the crap out of them. They were good games. They just scored more points and defended when they had to. They did not blow people away per se, right? They just beat them.
Mm-hmm. They just it's as simple as you said. They just scored more points than the other team. And that's all it takes. Now, personally, Scorekeeper is probably the same as me with the Yankees. You'd rather lose by 25.
Oh, good God, yes.
In baseball's point, you'd rather lose by 7 or 8 than to lose by 1 or 2. That's the killer. And then you always go back.
Bing.
Yeah, you always go back. Oh, if I would have just for basketball. Oh, if I would hit that one more free throw. If I didn't blow that layup, blah blah blah. And
pass it, whatever, steal.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in baseball, it's the same thing. If we didn't leave that one guy on third base, 3 times in the game. If I would have struck that one guy out, whatever. However, so these games were all close. With the Lakers, they were frustrating that game 4. We lost it only by 2 points. And of course, LeBron had the ball 2 or 3 times at the end of the game and couldn't produce. There was that bungled dunk that he missed. All the woulda, coulda, shouldas come into play when you only lose by 2 or 3, or in baseball by 1. Yeah,
it just flat out sucks.
But I do want to say I'm not taking anything away from the Nuggets. I'm not saying it was the refs. I'm not saying it was this, it was that. No, the Nuggets earned this championship. Period.
Yeah. Yes. And the only thing I added to that, and I'm not even telling this to Big Dog, I'm just telling the audience, is they just outplayed everyone else. They didn't blow people away. They just outplayed them. That's why it didn't matter. I mean, you had good teams go against them, and they just still beat them. And it's just, it was crazy. So congratulations to them. First time, but Mr. Jokic, wow. I thought I had the article, but I guess I didn't save it this week, where it talks about what he did. And it's just absolutely amazing. And I did see that, Big Dog. I didn't really pay attention to it until you crystallized it right now about him going up to meet everyone. I did see it. I was watching the last few. When I was watching, I'm like, oh, come on, man. And then when that last pass, I guess it was a miss or something, and then they went out to the corner, and even myself was like, 6, 7 seconds, leave him alone. It was more than 3 points, but I have always been no, you fight, but the game was over at that point.
Yeah,
but I would have fouled him just to foul because I'm a jerk. I'm not going to let them run around the court. Remember years ago, the guys had to evade the other guys because they wouldn't let them.
Yeah. And on that last play, like you said, that where they didn't chase them. There were 2 sets of people. There were those who they had just barely covered the spread at one point and were cheering like crazy. And there were the others that needed them to score 1 more point for them to win their bets. And they're probably screaming, foul him. Right.
I had no bet on that. I'd have to ask Dreem what it was for him. But there was no dirtiness. I mean, that's standard at that point. When you're there, you get the ball out and say, get the hell out of there and run the clock down. That's standard. It's not a bad thing. It's just, I get it. It's just that I've been on the court. I would have gone after the bastard just because. I'm like, you're not gonna do that to me. But congratulations to them. It was fun. I did watch some of the games. Some of them were frustrating because I was obviously on the losing end. But wow. For me to continue, I'm just repeating what the big dog said, and he covered it. It was just a wonderful series. I forget where I was, but I was watching the replay again, and the game was just good. The NBA, how could they be unhappy? It was a wonderful playoff. Games were in question, battles were fought, and now they came out on top. I mean, what more?
And these playoffs were the most watched playoffs in the last 5 years.
Oh, did not pay attention to that.
The finals was a little bit lower than last year's finals. Still decent rating, but the playoffs as a whole, this was the best playoffs in the last 5 years, ratings wise. So that was a good thing. But
I like that. I had something I was going to announce right now, but I'm like, ooh, I could get in trouble actually announcing it. So I'll have to tell Gridiron Girl and Big Dog as long as we're not on air. I'm certainly not bragging, but I want you to remember, folks, here's a $10 bill. I'll tell you in person. I cannot tell you on air why, but I'm holding on to this $10 bill for a particular reason. It's really kind of cool. And the hint will be rating, and that's it. That's all I'm going to leave it. Like I said, I really cannot say on air because I could get into a lot of trouble when I use the word rating and $10. So, and no, this isn't a Tinder thing, and no, this isn't Facebook friends or whatever. It's just I find it amusing that it's there. So it arrived in the mail.
Is that the money put aside for the William Shatner interview?
I still need about another $9,990, but I guess so. You are funny, Big Dog, and apropos, probably right on that one. So, yeah. Hey, can you give us a little bit of the calendar now for the NBA offseason before we go to the NHL and give some props there too? It's a little late, but it's same thing. You know what happened in Las Vegas, which was really kind of cool. But about when should we see the NBA draft and then free agency? It's coming up quick, right?
Free agency, I believe, is June 29th, and the draft is, I will give you that right now, NBA draft.
I should have that, and I apologize. I'm not.
No, that's my fault.
Why would you use your fault?
June 22nd. June 22nd is the draft, and I believe free agency starts on the 29th. So next Thursday. And free agency either starts probably either the 29th or the 30th.
And the same rules still apply. You have that 7-day window, right?
Yes, the moratorium.
I'm sorry. Tangent again. Moratorium, window, 7 days of screw around, whatever. But yes, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen, they're handshake agreements for 7 days, but they're just genuinely just agreements. It doesn't become official until the 8th day, I guess.
So the draft is the 22nd, which is next Thursday, and then the following Friday is free agency.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to give them a few days to go over that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Gridiron Girl. I really tore through my cup of Joe this morning. I think I already need a second one, and it's only 6:30 a.m. So thank you, Gridiron Girl. Appreciate it. Let me know when you're back, of course. And for everyone else joining us, folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It's 6:30 a.m. Pacific time, and it is June 17th, 2023. And I believe the summer solstice is right around the corner as well. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Wednesday or Thursday, somewhere around there. I don't recall when it is. I'm going to look it up right now. Summer Solstice 2023. It is June 21. Okay. That one's coming up. So right around the draft. We have some NBA news, and I suppose, or I have some NBA stuff. Why don't you go ahead and lead off, Big Dog, while I go to that page? I have a few things. One of them, I'll share the articles with you. Tad disappointed with Jerry West. I don't know if they caught him at a bad time and stuff, but the man is beginning to show his age, I think. And I was a bit disappointed by some of the stuff. Right around the championships, he's commenting.
And what was he saying? I missed that about Jerry West. What is
there
happening?
Actually, is quite a bit. Why don't you get to what you want to get, and I'll send you the articles. But I'll give a tease. He commented about Scottie Pippen, and he commented about the NBA three-point line, and he also commented about the game being soft. Now, if anyone has the right and privilege to make those comments, it would be Jerry West, but it is a tad disappointing that he is saying this as the playoffs are going down, as the championship is taking place. I think it was a little bad timing. Does talk about a little bit about Kobe Bryant as well. Interesting things, and fans are furious over Jerry West's stunning admission over Kobe Bryant, but we'll get to that in a few moments. I'm going to get the articles over to the Big Dog while he gets to his news, and we can talk about a suspension that took place and some other stuff.
That's what I was going to start off with. Scorekeeper's favorite Gen Zer, Ja Morant. As we had talked about it, the decision had already been made, but the NBA and Adam Silver, its commissioner, said they would not be issuing any statements till after the finals were over because he didn't want to take away from the game, which was great. So I believe the suspension came down to June 16th, so that would have been yesterday. Yep, yesterday. Ja Morant, yesterday morning it was announced that Ja Morant will be suspended for 25 games beginning at the start of the season. He is also banned from any practices, any functions that involve the Grizzlies, preseason games, the whole 9 yards. He is not allowed to be with the team. And in 25 games, it would be under conduct detrimental to the league, not just the team, but the entire league. So, and this was, of course, from him brandishing the firearm. So, this was a quote from Adam Silver. Ja Morant's decision to once again wield a firearm on social media is alarming and disconcerting, given his similar conduct in March, for which he was already suspended 8 games. The potential for other young people to emulate Ja's conduct is particularly concerning. Under these circumstances, we believe the suspension of 25 games is appropriate and make clear that engaging in reckless and irresponsible behavior with guns will not be tolerated, end quote. The suspension also comes with conditions for his return. So it's not just he has to sit out for 25 games. He also has to go to counseling and prove, I guess, that that he can come back and be a positive, something positive for the NBA rather than what he is. Now, the 25 games that he suspended, he is due to make about $33.5 million this season. So now he's going to lose about $300,000 per game, or approximately $7.5 million of his salary will be forfeited to the NBA fund. What they do with that money afterwards, I have no idea. I still would like to find out. All those the fines and suspensions during the league go into a fund. I don't know what happens to that money in the fund, but supposedly it gets dispersed somewhere. I don't know. But I'm not going to even bother with Ja Morant's response because it was another generic cookie cutter response. So at this point, it's now, okay, put your money where your mouth is, kid. You know, You fooled us. It's the old saying, "Fool me once, shame on me," or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, he's done it twice, so a lot of people are very, very skeptical of him at this moment and how he's going to turn out. Um, he he's one of the young faces of the NBA. The NBA needs this kid to
And a
help.
good player.
Excellent player.
Yeah,
Excellent
sorry.
player. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that was
My
stupid.
my only thing with him is he needs to slow it down just a little bit, because the way he plays is he tries to make everything an ESPN highlight, and that's usually how you get hurt. And that's what's happened to him a couple of times. In the playoffs when he played the Lakers, he was hurt because he tried to dunk over LeBron. When he could have when he could have went around him, and he landed wrong. You know, but these young kids, that's their whole thing. They want that highlight film rather than you know getting an easy layup. A layup over a dunk is never the way. For me, it's 2 points. I don't care how the 2 points are got. I don't know if it frustrates scorekeeper, but it frustrates the hell out of me. And I saw it a lot during the playoffs, where the player is going in for an absolute layup. He's wide open, but throws it out to the 3-point line for the possible 3-pointer.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah, so you're giving up a 85% chance of 2 points, which is almost automatic, for 24-foot shot that you have on average. If you're a good 3-point shooter, a 34 to 37% chance of making, and you're only getting one extra point out of it. But that's just me.
I don't know enough, and this comment's going to come out hollow, but I understand the NBA has switched. They're more of a finesse league, and they're shooters now. But numbers, it still comes down to numbers, folks, and the opportunities you go for the layup. But I can't argue with the big dog. What he said. I'm sorry. Am I being stupid? Come on. It's the NBA. Look, these guys are beyond talent. Far be it from me to. We are the Monday morning quarterbacks, and we can always question their shot selection, their play selection, whatever. But the fact is, they are the professionals. They're the ones that are there. They're the ones that have earned the right to be there. So, and I readily acknowledge that. But we are the Monday morning quarterbacks, and we get to do what we do because that's what we do. We do what we do because that's what we do. So, this kid, because he's acting like a kid, the one that we're talking about, I hope he gets his act together. Now, there's a tangent that did come to us. I believe it was uh, Almighty in our chat group pointed out to another article, but this is switching gears to the NFL. That I believe it was yesterday, the news broke mid morning that New England Patriots second-year cornerback Jack Jones was arrested Friday after not one, two firearms were found in his travel luggage at Boston's Logan Airport. He's going to be arraigned next week in Eastern Boston District Court. His bail was set at $50,000. We've been through this way too much to ask the stupid question: why are they carrying guns? Okay, it's stupid. Why do you have to carry a gun? Some of it is because of how you grew up, and you always had a weapon, so you haven't changed. But the theme of having to display the gun, do we have to go back and think about it? That you're traveling. This isn't the first time you traveled. You have to go through security. You know what it says. Oh, I forgot. Bullshit. Bullshit. You already know. So I'm disappointed that these people, hey, You're going to get arraigned. You have a criminal record. Keep it up, butthead. You get a few more of those, and you're not going to be able to fly anymore. You're not going to be able to play anymore. Keep it up. Keep it up, butthead. So, whatever. But that is, that's something that they're going to have to work on. And I just hope that Mr. Jones will be smarter next time around, if there is a next time. But returning to some of the NBA stuff, I sent Big Dog 4 stories, and I put them in the chat. And in the order, Big Dog, the first article up on top, Jerry West slams the NBA three-point line. The second article is he chimes in on Scottie Pippen's savage Michael Jordan hate. The third article is where he details on how he basically told Kobe Bryant not to come over as a free agent. Stay with the Lakers. You need to be in Los Angeles. That has created a serious, serious issue with the home team. To know that Kobe Bryant could have come over and apparently wanted to play there, but Jerry West said, you don't need to be here. You need to be in Los Angeles. You need to be over there, as is the quote in the article. So it comes out of Jerry West. Sorry.
No, why then would they be angry at Jerry West for keeping him in LA? Why would the Lakers fans be mad at that? That's idiotic.
Not Laker fans. Apparently, in the article, it references that this is when he was the general manager of the Memphis Grizzlies back in 2004.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting with Kobe Bryant and his agent at the time, Rod Pelinka. Bryant wanted to come play for the Grizzlies, but West admitted that he told him not to. Quote, he became a free agent, and his agent then was Rob Pelinka. So I met them in Orange County in a hotel room, and he said he wanted to come to Memphis to play. I looked at him and said, are you kidding me? I said, so your quotes galore.
No, I understand.
I said, you belong somewhere out here, West said. And this has NBA fans pretty upset since the Grizzlies had a chance to bring Bryant in and West shot it down. So this was in an interview that took place, and there's a lot there. So I just wanted to clarify that, Big Dog. Go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Now that you clarified it, okay, so it's other fans are mad at Jerry West. So what? I don't give a shit. No one got mad at Kevin McHale when other than Laker fans, when we were supposed to get Kevin Garnett to the Lakers instead of going to the Celtics because of Kevin McHale. We had the better package, but Kevin McHale came out publicly, and I still don't know how he kept his job. He came out public and says, there is no way in hell I will ever help the Lakers out. And this is from a guy running a franchise and it would have bettered the franchise because we had the better deal. But he refused because it was the Lakers. Now, if I were a GM running a team, and everybody knows my how I feel about the Celtics, but if the Celtics came to me with a better deal than anyone else, and I'm sending my premier player that way, but I know what I'm getting back in return is going to help my team, I'm sorry, that's a team I work for. You know, I would love, of course, to be GM of the Lakers, but, you know, that probably wouldn't happen, or even me being GM, period. But
Big Dog, Rob Pelinka became the GM. Your chances of being GM are huge.
But what I'm saying is the hatred that I, like, in other words, my hatred for the Celtics, if I was in his position in Minnesota, and, you know, if Boston had the better package and the Lakers were coming to me and I had to choose between the two, even though my love for the Lakers the way it is, I still would have taken the Boston deal because that was better for the team I am working for and trying to make into a championship contender. Just like you, if you ran the the Boston Celtics. Excuse me. If you ran the Boston Red Sox, if you were GM of the Boston Red Sox, and you were trading your best player on your team, and the Yankees had a better deal, but the Minnesota Twins were offering something else that wasn't as good, but you have the hatred for the Yankees, who, you don't say, oh, well, because I hate these guys so much, there's no way I'm going to help them out. No, you help the team that you're working for out. You would take the better deal. But going back, that was a way off tangent, personally.
That's okay.
For me. But
let me tell you this, Big Dog. You have a point that you've stuck to. You've referenced it from time to time. You stick to your guns on it, and you're reminding the audience. Look, folks, we have quite a few people watching us. Why don't you let us know who you are and where you hail from? Want to give a shout out to Jay, our resident engineer, and thank you for the like. We've received both likes from Jay and Grid Angler this morning. Thank you. So
go on, do it right now.
We look. We're fairly consistent in our views, and Big Dog goes back to that one from time to time. There's no respect for Kevin McHale except when he was on the court, maybe.
No, I hate that.
Not even then.
Him and Danny Ainge, those are the two players that I no respect. I respected the hell out of Dennis Johnson. I respect the hell out of Larry Bird for what he did.
Johnson? I missed that guy. He was good.
Yeah, I was very sad to hear when he passed away all those years ago.
Yeah. I know. I didn't mean to be smiling when I said that, but I knew he'd passed away. That's why I said he was very good.
Yes.
Yeah. He went young, man.
Yeah, he did.
That one was a shame. But there's other stuff in these articles that Jerry West comments about that. My thing, it's a bad timing, if there is such a thing, but he shouldn't be doing this while the championship is going on. So whatever. He also, Jerry West, slams the NBA 3-point line, and he says this: Jerry West might be the NBA logo, as the article at who was it? This is Clutch Points. Actually, they're not too bad from time to time. You just got to go through the trash that they have. But that doesn't mean he completely supports what the game is today. The Los Angeles Laker legend has thrust the public into another version of the never-ending old school versus new school debate after lamenting the way the three-point line has so dramatically changed the game. And, Jerry, there was a three-point line in your day, wasn't there?
No, the three-point line did not come into existence till the 79-80 season.
Okay.
Chris Ford of the Boston Celtics hit the very first one ever.
Wow, and then there's a Curtis Flood. Well, there's a Ford in baseball. It's very famous for a reason, but I'll get to that another day. When I remember, chances are I won't. But you were GM, Jerry, and you knew about the three-point line. You weren't saying anything back then. So I get it. I get it, Jerry, that there was no three-point line in your day. But, he says there's some nights I go and it's hard to watch for me. I don't understand, Jerry West, because I have followed your career as GM, special assistant, and all the many titles, which you have heartily earned. I do not throw that in your face, but your age is catching up to you, Jerry. And I think you're starting to ruin some of the persona that goes with Jerry West. There's some nights that I go and it's hard to watch for me. Jerry, you were famously quoted that you could not watch Laker games as GM. So I don't understand. Do you watch or not? You said your passion for the Laker games is so much that you can't bear to watch. So what does this mean?
That was different.
I said as hardcore Laker fan, he couldn't watch the end of games. But now he's saying there's some nights I go and it's hard for me to watch, which is a Jerry. So I understand it's different, Big Dog, but I guess the story is fitting the narrative that you want to get out. In this sense, I'd rather see somebody make a beautiful pass, go in and lay it up instead of 4-on-1. Some guy's behind a 3-point line and shoots a 3. So
exactly. And the point I just said, about 10 minutes ago, about guys, having the open layup, but yet they'll go out and instead, throw it to the guy 24 feet away to try and get that 3-point shot. Jerry's always been crabby his entire career and post-career. Jerry West is very blunt, tells you exactly what's on his mind, and doesn't care whether you want to hear it or not. As far as his age is concerned, yeah, it probably is getting to him, as Jerry West is 85 years old. So, I can see what he's saying. I mean, it frustrates me also. I mean, you've seen it also. I don't know if it frustrates you. It frustrates the hell out of me where there's a 3-on-1 or a 4-on-1. I've seen 4-on-1s, and you got your two space. You have your guard, pounding it down. You have your two wing players, and the fourth guy flares out to the 3-point line, and they throw it out to him instead of the automatic layup. And you're only getting a basket a third of the time on the average. Rather on the layup, if you go in on a 3-on-1 or a 4-on-1, pretty much 95% of the time you're going to get a layup or get fouled and go to the line. I see why it's frustrating for him because he was always nose to the grindstone type of player. But it is today's game, and over the last 5-7 years, it's really revolutionized to the 3-point line where everyone has needs to have a 3-point specialist. Steph Curry has changed the game. He is now the all-time leading 3-point shooter. There were 3-point shooters before, yes, Reggie Miller and others, but no one has taken it to the level of Steph Curry. The man is unconscious.
Tiny bit of
trivia.
Adding to that,
No.
Jerry West was with Golden State when this team pretty much altered the game to what it is today. Kind of makes you think, and they put that question out. They pose it in the article. Do you imagine how it must have been tearing Jerry West out inside? Because he refers to the game. He doesn't call the game bad. He calls it soft. Jerry West, you played in the NBA with some big people, some mean people, and you are on the NBA logo. If anyone is entitled to go call the game soft, when you understand what he's talking about, there's legitimacy. Come on, man. Come on. My whole argument to Jerry right now is, dude, you got the trophy game going on. Why don't you save it a little bit? That's all. Because when Jerry speaks, people listen. That's why I'm saying a little bit of the age is getting to him. Big Dog.
How are you? How's your hip and your foot and your ankle, and as far as like sitting wise, would you be able to sit through a seminar maybe or a Q&A talking event?
I don't know. I'm actually having a hard time right now. I'm actually running on adrenaline, folks. Okay. I don't want to get into anything else, but I got to remove it. This was done at about 1:30 this morning. They had it's from 1:30 this morning.
Well,
I've been up all night. They had to take some blood this morning.
¿Qué pasa?
I've been up all night. I had severe issues in the abdominal area. So I've been up. That's why I'm telling everyone before you joined, I told everyone my voice is almost gone. And just pretty damn tired, but I am on adrenaline. It has not been a good 24 hours right now, but we're going to see it through.
Good morning, enemy girl.
Yes, good morning, Aisha. So
the reason why I was asking how your seating situation is the person that we're talking about right now
How much?
is speaking right there at Agua Caliente.
How much?
I believe next week. I believe the tickets are $65 or $75,
We'll
and
have to
he's
talk, big dog.
eh,
I would, folks, guys, Jerry West. If anyone has the right to say it, it's Jerry West. My whole argument, and I'm not even arguing with Big Dog about this, because even he said, look, he's been known to be a bit crappy. When he speaks, he lets you know what he feels. I'm not on Jerry for that. He come on, man. When he speaks, people listen. It's just I think it's a little bit of timing right now. He should have waited a little bit, but he has taken a bit of the news away from what is going on. So that's all. That's my real only gripe. For him to call the game soft, I mean, again, if anyone can, he can.
and just to add to that one part about being soft and about him being able to say that, just wanted to be let it be known that in his playing days, Jerry West broke his nose or had his nose broken. Excuse me.
By the way,
By the way, I believe it was 7 or 8 times in his 12-year NBA career. Yeah.
6, 7. Yes. Want to give a quick shout out. Thank you, Aisha, for the like this morning. So appreciate it, guys. These likes keep us going. Keep me going right now. I've been up since I'm on 24 hours right now. I was up early because I had a doctor's appointment early yesterday. So it's crazy. And I'm not any drugs right now. I am going to ask, I'm begging the big dog. I need you to take over for about a minute and a half. I do need another quick cup of coffee. I am hurting right now. There's no doubt about it. So I'm going to step away. I have to mute the mic because Almighty did share with me that when I walk away and I kind of want to be a part of the program, I kind of yell back at everyone and it distracts, and I shouldn't do that. So I'm
Well,
going to pause right now.
it doesn't distract. We know you're doing it on purpose.
But apparently, you guys can't hear each other, and I appreciate that it was said. So it was really good. All kidding aside, Big Dog, I have the coffee machine ready to go. It's going to take me about a minute, folks. I need the liquid crack right now. I'll be right back. So Big Dog, you have those articles right there. There's another one actually. And thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. See, that's just being tired. But I'm here. I'm glad, folks. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to be here. I'm sharing with you a little bit of the hurt. That's all. But Big Dog, here's another article that you may want to get to, basketball related. Otherwise, no. I just put in the chat room, and it has to do with Paul Pierce and his behavior. It is a bit sad. I'm not going to exactly agree with Stephen A. Smith, but Paul Pierce was a tad stupid this past week. So I don't know.
Paul Pierce has been stupid for the last couple of years. I don't know what changed with that man, but he's been on a little bit of a yeah. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your joke.
And along those lines, Big Dog, Stephen A. Smith calls him out, but he actually calls him out in a good way. That's what I said. I'm not about to agree with him, but yeah, if you want to go with that one, I just put the article in there. Folks, give me about a minute and a half. Be right back.
All right, guys. I'll wait for Scorekeeper actually to come back to go over that one. But one other basketball note that I did have that is of significant note is that Michael Jordan has agreed to sell his stake in the Charlotte Hornets for approximately $3 billion in valuation. And that transaction will end Jordan's 13-year career as majority owner. He's selling his portion to a group led by Gabe Plotkin and Rob Schnall for, like I said, about approximate $3 billion valuation. It says Schnall is a minority owner with the Atlanta Hawks, and Plotkin is a minority owner with the Hornets. They will become the franchise's governors once the NBA completes the vetting and approval process. Jordan will continue to oversee basketball operations through Thursday's NBA draft and the start of free agency on July 1st. Jordan will still have a minority stake and maintain his presence with the franchise. This was big news. I had heard rumors of him selling. I wasn't. It seemed to be like on the back burners when they were talking about Jordan selling his stake, because Jordan was the only former NBA player to own a team. So it came as big news. I was just going over Scorekeeper. We're talking about Michael Jordan and selling his majority portion of his franchise. Yes, it was now, since you are the tax man and the money man, if you can please explain what is meant by he is selling his portion, his majority ownership, for a $3 billion valuation.
Oh,
What exactly does that mean?
I appreciate that, Big Dog. The valuation takes into account the value of the team. When you say what is its valuation right now, you look at the assets, what it owns, and an asset is a thing. It could be intellectual property as well, like naming rights, contracts, how much is owed, how much is coming in, expected by a contract. The valuation is what it is worth right now. Money coming in, money going out, and what it has. That's really what it, money in and out, what it has. Oh, and what it owes. I'm sorry. That's the valuation. So based on the team, the total value of the team, that's the valuation. And he's going to get money off of it. It was a lot of money, wasn't it?
Yes, he originally bought the team for $275 million.
Oh, I was going to say like 380, 390, but I think something from Vegas is on my mind right now.
Well, he paid $275 and selling it for $3 billion. It does say here, it says Jordan sold a significant, and this is on top of this part of it.
Yeah.
So this valuation for $3 billion. But Jordan sold a significant minority stake to Plotkin, the founder and chief investment officer of Melville Capital, and Daniel Sudheim, founder of CIO and D1 Capital, in 2020. So he's made money twice in the last 3 years. I believe he was the sole owner when he first got the franchise. He was the or close to 100% owner. And as I said, sold a significant minority stake to Plotkin. And Plotkin, I guess, finally came up to him and said, "Hey, I got a group. Gimme." And as I said while you were gone, Jordan will keep a minority stake in the team. So he will still own part of the team. So I'm not sure what the percentage is, but it says minority ownership. So he still will have part.
He is no longer the Al Davis of the team.
Yes, exactly. Well, technically it's been sold, but of course he has to go through the NBA and all, everything has to be vetted and so on and so forth. So before the season starts, Jordan will no longer be the majority owner. Yes.
And what I mean is Al Davis back then was not the majority owner of the Raiders, which was an interesting thing. He was, for all intents and purposes, a minority owner, but he was the managing general partner, which was a unique situation. So that's why I said, so is he going to be the Al Davis of that team? More than likely not. You're talking hundreds of millions back then, which was an incredible amount of money. Now you're talking billions. Yeah, I don't think they're going to keep him on there as managing general partner. Folks, we can laugh at Jordan all we want because the results as him being owner and general manager speak for itself. But 200 and what? How much was it?
275.
F you, Jordan. F you in every which way. You take that for what it is, folks. There's no maliciousness in my part.
I mean, hats off to him. I mean, he's a hell of a businessman. You know, because player to owner, well, player to GM. He sucked as a GM. We all know that, and even though he won't admit that. But he sucked as a GM.
Yes.
He sucked as a GM.
Think about it. What did this team do under him? And beside himself, he went from 275 to 3 billion.
Exactly. That's that. And he's already been a billionaire for a bit. With all his other endorsements and so on. The Nike deal that he has and everything else. So,
have you seen the movie now?
No, but I heard it's really good.
I'm sorry.
I heard it's really good.
Look, I like the one with Michael Keaton as the McDonald's owner. That one. I like those stories, and it's good stuff. Not necessarily the creation myth stories or whatever, but the Nike one. I know it is what it is, folks, but yeah, it's not bad. It's worth your time. You learn some stuff, which is really cool, man.
Croc was it Croc? Or Croc
he did not. Yes. No, that it is.
Croc, right? For McDonald's.
Something like that. It was with a K.
Yeah.
And
he was
it's not
asshole.
Crunky.
The things he did, I didn't know that until I saw the movie about 2 years ago. And
I love that movie.
Then I looked it up and I read the story and I'm like, oh wow, they didn't take too much creative.
Oh yeah, yeah. There are some things in there, but it's actually good. Look, don't bet your life on that story, but yeah,
damn close.
There's some question about that handshake agreement about the owners receiving money in perpetuity, and they mentioned that in the movie too.
Reading what I read about him, Croc, and the whole way he went about pretty much stealing McDonald's from those two guys, the originals, and the way the movie portrayed it, I believe there was a handshake deal, and he just didn't.
I didn't give it thought either way. It's good. I recommend it. So this movie, I believe, is called Air, correct? The one that we're talking about right now. Yes. And Speedy went to go see it, I think, a little while ago, and it's the process, and it's not bad. It's good stuff. So I humbly recommend Air. I think it's on HBO. So I forget which streaming service, but it's on right now. After Speedy said he had seen it, and we got through his opinion and a few others, I was like, I want to check it out myself, and it was available. So I humbly offer it. The one movie I have not seen that I want to get to is the one. You did. Okay, I think Jay has seen it as well. It's not bad, man. Oh, it's on Prime. Okay. All right. Yeah. The one I want to see is, believe it or not, the Will Smith one when it comes to the football movie on the concussions. I still have not seen that one.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah. I've seen the docudramas on them because the story's out now. It's kind of like, folks, if you ever want to see a genuine docudrama, look at, it was originally on DTMS. It was the Times Discovery Channel. That channel is gone now. But if you want to see what a docudrama is, it's called The Flight That Fought Back. And it was one of the first things, and it's narrated by Kiefer Sutherland. The movie debuted before United 93 did. So it's well done. But anyway, good morning, Anime Girl. How you doing this morning?
Morning. How are we?
How's everything?
Everything's fine. Having a few familial problems, but no doubt I will sort them out eventually.
How's Mom? How's she doing?
Mum is feeling a little bit left out because she's having cat problems.
Mm.
Won't go any further on air, but you get the general gist. It's not quite as bad as your own, but she's having problems.
Having a family member as a pet, it is always tough, and I'd forgotten what it was like. There is other drama in my life right now, unfortunately, and I am not over the loss of that last pet. It's the way the pet went
Morning,
out.
Sonia.
So I am genuinely having problems. I am having I'm gonna keep repeating it because it's still I've owned in my life, I've owned 2 cats. The family has. And both arrived at times when we were at a low. And it's like the little guardian angel comes to spend time with us. And it is so rough when you no longer have that little guardian angel. And
they come, they settle for a while, and they move on. That's life, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it's going to be a long time. I just know. And folks, I'm sorry. And I do want to get on and stay on topic right here, but I am having problems. There's no other way I can say it. This little cat arrived when that woman was ill, and that cat helped her get better. I saw it. And it's not here anymore. It didn't deserve to go the way it went to. So, yeah. But all right, folks, I do apologize. Your mom's first name, Anime Girl, I forgot.
Janet.
Janet. Thank you. Janet, I hope you're okay. Janet, we do think about you in this program. And Janet, you need to let us know if you have a sport, your favorite sport or sports, and if you ever had a chance to play, what was it? So it'd be kind of cool.
She was never sports orientated, unfortunately.
She was around this world before you, Anime Girl, so you don't know that.
Oh yeah.
So you never know. You never know. But I'm not mocking you. I get it. You're right. Not sports oriented.
No, he's mocking you.
And Big Dog's on form once again. Good morning, welcome, and hello, Big Dog. Please carry on regardless.
No.
You normally do.
No.
No.
So it's good, folks.
Yeah.
It is 7:14 a.m. On June 17th, 2023. This is Sports Talk with the guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It's kind of like, I don't know. It may undergo a change, but for right now, it still is Sports Talk with the guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday.
Well, you've covered the one story that I found, which was Mr. Jordan flogging his team off. So that went down the pluggo. I thought,
and skipping away with $3 billion.
Yeah, I mean,
Scorekeeper, how many pounds is that, Scorekeeper?
Thank you. But actually, Anime Girl would be able to determine that. But right offhand, if it's $3 billion American dollars, I would say it's somewhere between 2.5 and 2.7 billion sterling pounds.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, thereabouts. Thereabouts. I mean, it's what, 125? Is it 121? 130 to the pound at the moment?
Let's call it 130. So if it's 3 times 130, oh no, I did in reverse. 1.3. Oh no, I'm not getting it right. Yeah, math is failing me this morning.
It is $1 is 0.78.
Yeah, I couldn't get to the reverse, so there it is. So it's point what?
0.78. 78 cents.
0.78. So it's 2.34 billion sterling pounds.
Pound sterling, huh? Wow.
I know that's old, isn't it?
You know, that guy could jump in a bloody shit pit and come out smelling of roses, but hey, never mind.
I like that.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, it appears we're devoid of hosts today.
It is a holiday weekend in the United States of America, so I believe several of our hosts are out celebrating. It is the Juneteenth holiday weekend. So I really think that's what it is.
The hell is Juneteenth?
Juneteenth. It's our king's birthday.
I'm sorry?
It's the king's birthday on Monday.
Oh.
So this is basically a holiday weekend. We've had Tripping of the Colour this morning.
Oh, and how did that go?
State normal, you know, lots of little men in little red coats marching up and down the street with flags and bands and banners waving, and Charlie Boy doing his regal bit as he does.
Charlie Boy.
Yeah. Well, you know, me being in Elizabethan, it's Charlie Boy to me.
That's right. Yes, yes, indeed. Folks, Juneteenth is a holiday that's celebrated in the summer. And I'm going to look at the actual definition right now. But it basically is when the Union troops arrived in Texas, and I forget which city it was, but basically in Texas, and they got word to everyone that the Civil War was over and that the slaves were free. And it is a big deal. I believe this year it is on the 19th, Monday. It is celebrated not only on Monday because of our penchant for celebrating the holidays on Mondays. If they fall on a Sunday, we get moved to Monday. Saturday gets moved to Friday, etc., whatever. But I don't remember the exact. It may have been June 19th itself. But looking at it, it's to commemorate the emancipation of enslaved people in the U.S. The holiday was first celebrated in Texas, where on that date in 1865, in the aftermath of the Civil War, enslaved people were declared free under the terms of the 1862 Emancipation Proclamation. So that is the official one, but it was in 65 when they received notice, and there was a big bit of celebration.
1965?
1865.
Hey, look, I know Texas is big dog, but it ain't that damn big. And
no, well, I was just it was more of a jab at American culture. The fact that in 18, would you say 1862?
Well, the Emancipation Proclamation was 1862. In 1865, when the Civil War ended, in June, the Union troops got to Texas.
1865, and the South didn't really come around till, I don't know, what, the 1920s maybe?
Oh, later than that.
Wait a minute, come around for what? I'm curious where this is going.
As far as slaves are concerned? As far as actually believing that there were no slaves anymore, that didn't happen right away. I know that for a fact.
Big Dog, forgive me, but I don't believe they've still come around.
Yeah,
that's the point.
There you go. And that's the point I was making.
Yeah.
When I said 1965.
Yeah, well, that was about the time of the of a lot of work that was done, folks. Okay. I've already commented about this in the past, and I am not well right now, so I don't want to bore the crap and get angry and just do a lot of things. I've had a lot of blood loss. I don't know how many vials they took this morning. They took a lot of them. I think it was either three vials. So I'm not happy. So, but I did have something when I got home this morning, just very briefly. So I'm not on an empty stomach, thank goodness. So it's all good. And we'll see. But anyway, it's all good in the hood, folks. We'll continue. Did you get a chance to comment on that article by Stephen A. Smith on Mr.
No, because since I'm on the iPad and I'm accessing the article on the iPad, I started glitching a little bit, and I don't want to screw up any worse than the earphones already are. So if you could please let me know what the article was mainly about.
As you
And we'll
know,
go from
in
there.
2021, Paul Pierce found himself out of a job at ESPN after he commented a bit of an unforced error on Instagram Live. Although, based on how he reacted to the news, he didn't seem particularly troubled by that development. It's pretty clear that the 45-year-old spent the bulk of his 19 seasons in the NBA with the Celtics and has reached a point in life where he could really not care less about what other people think about him or going out of his way to make a good impression. That reality was reflected when he posted up next to Kevin Garnett for the KG certified live stream that gave viewers that chance to watch the two of them react while tuning into Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Nuggets and Heat last week. Pierce helped himself to more than a few adult beverages over the course of a stream where he went out of his way to let his former teammate know the woman at his side was someone he'd rented from, quote, a girlfriend for a day service, unquote, which marked just one of the many of a few awkward moments that transpired during the broadcast. Now, Pierce has found himself in the crosshairs of Stephen A. Smith, who has gone off on him, and he basically said, Paul Pierce, you're better than this. Smith made clear he has a ton of respect for Pierce and seemed to be genuinely worried about the man known as, quote, the truth, unquote, saying in part, you're Paul Pierce. What are you doing, bro? That's how you want to be seen? You want the image of you being with a drink in your hand and surrounded by strippers and pulling out your phone to summon women that you pay for with alcohol or weed or something always around you with slurred speech? That's the image you want? Please stop. You mean too much to the game of basketball for us to see you like that. It's embarrassing. Come on, bro. You're better than that. So,
Paul Pierce is going through what I believe is a midlife crisis. I think he is having the classic example of a midlife crisis for a man who has money. Been ever since he got fired from ESPN
in 2021.
In 2021, so about the last 2 years, maybe closer to 3, depending on when in 2021 he got fired. He's pretty much been out there partying like he's 20 years old again, and doesn't care who likes it, who doesn't like it. I've seen a couple of videos of his, and it's like, wow. Yeah, he likes being around mid-20s, early 20s females that are not. Here's an old night court TV show joke. Women who are not of upstanding most of the time.
So he's growing old disgracefully and is into horizontal females.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very much so. And they're only around him for the money. Or the fact that he's paying them to be around him.
And folks, we are not the arbiters or judges of moral behavior, whatever. We all have our issues, so we're not doing that. We're commenting on what Stephen A. Smith blasted him for or put it out. So I said, I'm not exactly taking the side of Stephen A. Smith, but I'm acknowledging his line. Come on, bro. You're better than this. And in many ways, I have to agree with Stephen A. Smith. Is this how you want to be watched? Or this is the impression? Slurred speech? You have paid escorts around you? Is that your image? So without being repetitious on this, and the big dog just said it himself right now, that line, more than likely he is having a midlife crisis. So Stephen A. Smith, thank you for stating what was stated. Come on, bro. You're better than this. Stephen A. Smith, you might want to say that to a lot more people, and they might actually listen. Don't save it for when they're already there. That might not be correct. I'm just Stephen A. Smith. I think you need to say that more to people. That's all. I may have ruined my point by saying what I did. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, just Stephen, Get in there. Some people do listen to you.
Do you ever
Scorekeeper
win
did.
an argument with yourself, Roger?
I think I am.
You seem to
I'm
lose every argument
hallucinating.
with yourself.
I've been awake for 25, 26 hours now, so
Oh, enough said. Enough said.
I am having an
And,
argument with myself. Big Dog just saying right there, like, let the dumb
and,
bastard shoot himself.
and you have a shortage of blood also, so
Yeah.
you should be drinking orange juice, not coffee.
There should be a lot of things I should be drinking right now other than coffee. But like I said, I did have a tiny meal before the program began, so I'm not that bad. Oh, geez.
So you're
Not
telling
that
me
badly.
right now. Yeah, you're telling me right now you're putting on.
Shut up, Big Dog! Shut up! Shut up!
I think his nipples got hard, anime girl. That's why he. So yep, I hit the nose on the button.
No,
so to
actually, he
speak.
didn't. I'm dead to the world right now, but I actually did a gesture right now, like, whoa, excuse me.
Supposed to go like that. You're supposed to see. Is it cold? Is it
I
cold
was
outside?
just stretching. No, it's not. You see, I almost did it again.
Look at anime girl.
I know. I'm tired, man. I'm spent.
That was back when it was just Blog Talk Radio and we had no video. Thank God. Scorekeeper would ask me if I was cold. He was like, when it was wintertime and I was at the world headquarters, because the world headquarters got damn cold in the wintertime. And he'd say, "Are you cold?" And I'd be out, a little bit. And he would just shake his head at me.
There were
As
a
long as
lot
it-
of things for years that we said, thank God we're not on video. That's
Uh-huh.
past.
Yeah, that's gone.
There were genuine moments that we both would put our head down, Big Dog, and say, thank
Mhm.
God there wasn't a camera. Only because of what was happening on the radio. Don't get me wrong, it was great. It's just, thank God.
It was great. It was
Yeah.
great, but there were things said by other people that are facial expressions. If it would have been on video,
This program would have died a long time ago.
Political correctness was not a word, or not
Yeah.
words you knew about back then, was it?
Well, I mean, you catch, and as Big Dog has famously stated, I do not have a poker face. I do not.
you don't.
In staff meetings and wherever I'm at, when you have my attention, you know what's going on. But the moment I start to fidget, the moment I start to move, it's like, yeah, you're losing me. And then when I start doing this, I'm already thinking, to be on the bridge of the Enterprise right now, just warping away from here. That's usually when I'm there, I am somewhere else.
No,
Or
the one
when
I can't believe. The one I can't believe is when you said you were in a meeting and one of your supervisors or upper management was speaking and you went,
Oh
like,
shit. Yeah, and the division head reacted, and he turned around and he knew and he questioned people. He said, did Roger actually say that shit right? It was so well done. Most people missed it. My division head did not. And he was like, did you? And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? It was enough for them to say, those genuine reprimands, those real reprimands, when they turn around and they're like, give me a hint, you little bastard. Give me a little hint that you did, and you will pay the price for it. It's like, dude, come on. It's one of those when the boss's boss is like, when you get your division head to crunch their fingers in a meeting. So, yeah. And I don't speak to that division head anymore, obviously, because they're not in my... But, it is what it is.
I don't know.
I got away with it, man. There was about 70 people in that meeting, too. In the conference room at a facility. Oh, my God. That was great, man.
You do realize one day...
Statute of limitations. It's like 15 years already. It was awesome. And Big Dog remembers because I told him about 15 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a lie to Big Dog. Holy crap! I almost lost my job.
Actually, I have a question for Anime Girl. In your military, no. Yeah, this is all seriousness because I'm actually very, very curious. In your military career, what is the highest ranking official that you ever talked to?
Highest ranking?
Yes.
Good question.
And when I was in the actual forces, the highest one I ever talked to was a Major General.
Oh, okay.
After I left the army, I was working alongside them. I actually got to drive one of the last field marshals to a function in Windsor Castle, Order of the Bath or something it was called, and that's where I actually saw the then Queen and Prince Charles at the top of the stairs.
Wow!
So
very nice.
Yeah, that's when the equity screwed up, opening the wrong door. I pulled in, and he was meant to open the door on my side behind me, and he didn't. He ran round and did the other door.
But you didn't do that because you were driving.
I was the driver.
Yeah.
So I just sat there, and as the door opened, I sort of leant slowly forward, looked at the equity, and went, "What the hell?"
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know how I became the driver for the department prior to COVID when there were events. Everyone knew I did Uber and Lyft, so it was kind of interesting. And it fell to me in the late 2010s. I was taking people all over the place, usually to ceremonial events.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah, you remember where it was so funny. One of the best ones I ever had. What? Okay, no, I'm still there, so I can't. Let's just say it was so amusing to me how it fell to me. And it was made clear to me it's because being that I had so much time with the department and I had no accidents on my record, no citations, no nothing. I just thought it was amusing to me how it fell down to my position where I'm at, so far down the food chain. And it was cool. It was fun because I did know some of the people that was ferrying over to the events. And when they would get into the van or the sedan, whatever, and they would see me, I'm like, hey, Raj, it was cool because I had, for lack of a better word, grown up with a lot of them. And it was neat that to be recognized by them, because this is rarefied air, the people that I was driving. Yeah, I don't deal with those people every day. I probably drove a few major generals around in my department, for lack of a better word. And it was kind of fun.
Well, for 30 odd years, that was my job. I would be told to drive a individual. I mean, normally it was like ORs and senior NCOs and a couple of captains and majors.
Yeah.
But every so often you would get this person plonked on you, and I mean, the standing joke for a long time was I was sent to pick up an individual from the train station, and all I was given was the name Mr. Bonnet. So went to the station, got out the car. I mean, I had this little old 3-door hatchback.
Yeah.
Mr. Bonnet. This guy walked up and went, me. So, okay, got him in the car. Halfway back to the camp, I happened to say, well, can I ask where I'm supposed to drop you off, sir? And he went, yes. Headquarters. I went, oh, come you see the CO, are you? And he went, yes. I went, oh, okay. I'll let the guy on the main gate know that Mr. Bonnet's arrived. And he looked at me and he went, where do you get this Mr. Bonnet from? And I went, that's what it says on here. Showed him a bit of paper. And he went, I have you know, he says, it's Major General Bonnet.
Oh.
And I sat there and I went,
Yeah, I've had stuff like that. Oh my God, that's funny.
Pulled up, dropped the guy off, went back to my department, and I went to my boss. I went, you know that Mr. Bonnet you told me to pick up? He went, yeah, did you get him? I went, kinda. And he went, what's your problem? I said, it's Major General Bonnet. When I took him back to the station, I didn't have a little three-door hatchback anymore. I had a big four-door Mercedes limousine.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there was okay, Mr. Bonnet, Major General Bonnet. Oh, shite. Right in the car.
That's wow. I think one of the recent ones, and I can mention this, when our current director was going to be sworn in as director at the Board of Supervisors meeting, I was, say, hey, Roger, we need to go do this. This is go pick up a van. And I had to go get a van from the van pool. And I went to the front of the building. And I just knew it was the event of the director swearing in. All of the executive secretaries, I took them out of the department. I'm saying to myself, oh my God, I have like 500 years of experience. If something happens, oh my God, these are very high up people. These are the executive the administrative assistants now. I apologize, no insult intended. But I was taking them over to the swearing in ceremony. And I knew like a whole bunch of them, but I was thinking, holy crap, if something happens, you realize the intellectual firepower that could be lost? Because there was a time, and I say this truthfully and honestly, that from the division secretary on up, they're the ones that held the department together. They knew what was going on. You could always go to your division secretary or the executives because they knew what was up. The ones today, well, the words speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I like to say, November Foxtrot India.
Oh my God! Yes.
If you can work it out, what November Foxtrot India means, that's basically, And
the only reason why I know is because of the books that I read. That actually came up in a Tom Clancy book and other stuff. But anyway, I'm going around. I still respect the people that are there. Don't get me wrong, but it's an entire change in attitude. I just remember I was like, holy crap, I hold the intellectual, people in my office that if something were to happen, holy crap, this department would come to a halt. I was so careful driving that van, man. Not that I wasn't. It's just I felt the weight of the world. I'm like, it was crazy, man. These are the adjutants, basically, Anime Girl. These are the adjutants to the generals.
Yeah, exactly. My last driving job actually was a comedy bearers as well, because I was supposed to pick up an individual from the airport. Well, it turned out to be from the airport. Originally, I was told to pick him up from his home, you see. So I went to this individual's home, and I'm sat there. And the phone went. So I picked the phone up and I goes, hello, are you my driver? Yes. Where are you? Well, I'm sitting outside your front door. Why? He says, well, I'm stood in Terminal 2 of Heathrow Airport picking up my baggage. He said, waiting for you to pick me up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. 80 odd miles between me and the passenger.
80?
Wow.
80.
Oh, yeah, that took a bit.
So I said, well, due respect, you have two ways of working this. And he went, do enlighten me. I said, well, one. Yeah, I said, one, you bite the bullet and make your own way back. He says, number two. I says, number two is you start taking plane registrations and wait for me to come and pick you up.
That's funny.
And he went, I will be endeavoring to take number two. Okay. Here we go. Difficult trip back, but there you go. As it was, he was quite all right. He fully understood when he saw the paperwork that it wasn't my mistake, it was somebody else's. Somebody else got the head and the hands and the ears to play with, not me.
Yeah, I was about to say someone was gonna get a new one torn.
Oh yeah. Yeah. As we say, they got the head and the hands and the ears to play with, and it wasn't this kid. No, not me.
I mean, yeah, you can't get, and they never got mad at me either, and I never had that situation because it was easy for me. They said, go here, go there, do this, and in the last few years that I was there, I would transport a lot of stuff, which was cool. I missed some of it, but yeah, COVID hit. It changed everything. It just did.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned this was before. I just they didn't really need a driver per se anymore because you just did the Zoom call and stuff. So
Mhm.
I'm sure there
I
are
mean,
going to be other instances. But anyway, we are definitely off track. I
off
thank
track.
everyone
Way.
for allowing us to continue and share these stories. We should share more of these stories, Anime Girl. I cannot wait. I am going to be spilling the beans the moment it's official. The moment that I'm done. Oh, I'm not even going to wait. I'm going to announce it. It's just way too much. There are so many fun stories,
Well,
genuinely fun stories that I can share, and I really want to share those.
as you say, do you know where the warm bodies are?
Oh, well, I can't equate that the moment I'm talking about my present employer. I have to do the Rick D's.
Yeah.
I have to tell the punchline, wait an hour, and then tell the joke. I can't have
He
them
knows
at the same time.
he knows where all the warm bodies, the cold bodies, the hot bodies. He knows where they're all at.
Yeah, I think you
And,
might have been
and
at
the ones
something.
and the ones that are chopped up and put in different places. He knows where all those spots are too.
Have you been aiding and abetting, Big Dog?
No.
No comment.
But
No comment.
he was Father Confessor for a while. Because I would tell Big
Ah,
Dog, holy shit, Big Dog, do you know what I'm doing right now?
well,
Oh my God. I
you know
didn't
what
call
they
him for
say.
everything. But he did get a call once or twice, like, Big Dog, holy crap, do you know what I'm doing right now? He did get a few of those calls.
All I'll say is that there's a lot of empty area in the desert.
Hmm. But what they say is what is said in the confessional stays in the confessional. True.
That is
Sure.
hopefully
So
true.
you
That is
you
hopefully
can't
true.
say anything, mean it,
Otherwise we're in
and
big trouble.
the scorekeeper is as safe as the Bank of England or Fort Knox, whatever floats your boat.
That's funny. Anyway, we're having a good time, folks. It is a Juneteenth weekend. Thank you for staying with us and celebrating with us. We've actually covered quite a bit of sports already in the little bit that we've been on. I do want to remind everyone that we will be ending by 10 a.m. Pacific time. Evernew will be on. I'm going to go over the cast list. Sorry, not cast list, but guest list. Chris Smith has a major event set up for the anniversary of DeForest Kelly. Huge. I may be jumping over to that program for a little while to ride producer shotgun for a bit to make sure the program goes off well. But even then, I'm only going to be around for a little while longer because I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay awake. But I got to stay awake at least till a few minutes after 10:30. But check it out. Better Call Saul rewatch with Jay and Almighty will be on tomorrow at 3 p.m. We do have a programming change for our guest. It will start tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. and you can check it out. It is Dominic Cisak from the Ark, and that interview will start at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So
Speaking of
good.
the Ark,
And Bobby Nash will be on Monday. Sorry, go ahead, Big Dog.
I'm saying speaking of the Ark, I'm hearing good things about Raiders. The Raiders 5, whatever. That's 5, right? I think it's 5.
I
Which
wish
comes
I
out at the end of the
knew.
month.
I wish I knew who it was that you're saying because I guess I'm in a horrible echo chamber. I have yet to hear one good thing about it. So I'm like, I like to know where you're spending time because I'm hoping to hear something good about it. And it's just, I guess, in my universe, I thought they were indie fans. Apparently, they're not. So I'm glad that you're hearing good stuff about it. Because up to now, I haven't heard anything yet.
And I will say I was very pleasantly surprised with the Flash. Saw it yesterday.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Oh,
I was actually
sorry.
What you thought Scorekeeper was gonna flash or something or what?
Oh, my mind went somewhere else when you said you were happy with the Flash. I thought, Big Dog
Oh.
flashing? Really? Sorry.
Oh, it's Father's Day tomorrow, so that's why there's not going to be an episode. Okay, thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. I am okay. All right. So Jay says you saw it, huh? Sweet.
Yeah, I was very
The
pleasantly
first movie was
surprised.
fun.
Who?
The first movie was fun.
What first movie?
Oh, I'm sorry. Shazam Flash. Forget it. Sorry. Different universe. Different universe.
Same universe. Lightning Bolt, but it's the
Oh, of
wrong
all
guy.
things. Yeah, sorry.
The Lightning Bolt is the wrong guy.
I interrupted. I'm sorry. I'm on drugs.
I will say
Actually, no,
because
not on
it
drugs.
was it reminded me a lot of Deadpool, a lot of comedy in it, action from the very beginning, which I liked because I was wondering how they were going to handle it. So it was good. I think Warner Brothers is probably applauding the fact that the writer's strike is going on. So none of the talk shows are on because there are no writers. So that is saving them the headache of having of figuring out what to do with Irza Miller. Now, as we all know, Izra, whatever, however he says his name, is a basket case, and by his own admission, is bipolar, and has had a lot of run-ins with the law the last 2.5 years or so. So that was the big concern of how they were going to handle it, because big movie like this that has been pushed now for 2 years. The press junkets, it's a worldwide press junket. Well, with no writers, there's no press junkets, so he hasn't had to make himself available to the public, which I know Warner Brothers is probably giving a sigh of relief for. But the movie was fun. It was a fun movie. Did not feel like it was 2.5 hours, so that was a good thing.
Those are rare. That's nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So
That's
I
all right.
was pleasantly surprised, and of course I had to make sure, because there's a sequence in the movie. I won't spoil it, but there's a sequence in the movie where they show all the different heroes. So I had to make it my immediately going, okay, let's see if I can name them all. And they just did it real quick. I did pretty good.
Yeah, nothing like showing your age there, Big Dog, is there?
Yeah, no kidding.
No kidding. No kidding. It's when you sit there and
Thank
listen
you,
to
Jay.
something, you think, I've heard this before, or I've seen this before, and they all look at you and go, you can't, Grandad, it's new. No, it's new to you. They ain't new to me. I've seen this before. Like Flash. Was it Flash Gordon? I remember when that came out, everybody's going, oh,
Mhm.
that's new. That's different. I'm going, nah, it was out in the 1930s. No, it's not. It's new.
Oh, I remember seeing the old reels from the 30s with Flash Gordon, where they had the rocket with the little sparkles coming out, and you
Sparklers
could
at
see
the back.
and you could
Yeah.
see the string hanging down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Same as Buck Rogers. That was
Yeah.
the same. That was back in the 30s, 40s. Buck Rogers. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're wandering, meandering.
Is what we do here. This is not strange. Everyone who has visited with us for even just a few moments knows this. We do
Yeah.
not apologize. We meet. It's not wandering. It's what you said. We're meandering.
Yeah,
So
we take the scenic route. It's my
yeah.
excuse.
Oh yeah, we
I
do.
think that's what it is. Yes, we're definitely taking the scenic route.
Oh, you like
Well,
Flash movie, huh?
I will tell folks, switching gears a little bit, going over to Major League Baseball now, that
Yes. Perfect. That's where I wanted to go.
Manfred is out of line. Okay,
What did he do?
his lines were stupid. People commented to him. I said, "Hey, did you see all the fans that showed up? In the sell the team demonstration?" He said, "Oh, it's nice to see the fans, but when you look at the average numbers." So it was a backhanded slap at fandom. He basically said, well, yeah, you show up, your numbers were below the league average. The dumb bastard actually said that in an interview, which was It was a backhanded slap. He said a few other things. If you want to waste your time on YouTube, there's quite a few people from Oakland that can do a better job than I. But Rob Manfred has shown his true colors, and he is not good for the game. He is not good. And look, have no illusion. It's a business. It is what it is. And we've always made that clear. But you learn the dumb bastard's true colors at that point. It's not an issue of even acknowledging the fans. He says I feel you're hurt. I feel no, you don't. And he also accused Oakland of not having a plan, and they never delivered. I said, wait a minute. You have the environmental report done. You have there's like 3 or 4 items that have to be legally done for what they were going to do. And Oakland had $400 million on the table. They had more money.
That's not chicken feed.
For what?
For the stadium construction. Yep. And there was an additional $400 million on other stuff. But like I say, you guys need to I'll see if I can find some of the stuff, because there was a lot of stuff on Oakland. There are a lot of I'm not ridiculing the fan base, far be it from me, but wow, there's a lot of emotion coming from the Oakland fan base right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is still not official. Yes, the Assembly pushed it through. The Senate pushed it through in Nevada, and the governor signed it. That part is done. Major League Baseball still has to sign off on it. And now the whole deal of the moving fee, because when you move into someone's territory, there's compensation involved. Now, Major League Baseball has really only had one, which it's in the last 50 years, because teams have moved. So, but under the new deals, there's a fee to move. And the commissioners, we don't see a need for this. I said, well, wait a minute. Is it in the rules or not? So is it just for Oakland? Is it what? But if Oakland, under the rules, wants to move, they have to pay the team or teams that they're moving into the territory. I did not know this. Las Vegas is Los Angeles Dodger territory.
Is it?
The Dodgers have claim. Yes.
That's funny.
Yes. Now, parts of San
350 miles
Bernardino
away or whatever it is
are Angels territory. Like, what? But there was a territorial map that was shown, and it's for the media. So if anyone knows what they're talking about, I guess it would be the media, because they know about that stuff. But even San Diego had a little sliver somewhere going in the direction of Vegas, which was interesting. But Las Vegas,
I know they gave San Diego the Salton Sea. That piece of shit area.
I
God,
think so.
Especially during summertime.
For GTA 5 fans, that's Sandy Shores. So you'll know what Big Dog's talking about. Salton
Yep.
Sea. Yeah, you play GTA 5, right?
Yep.
That's the Salton Sea. Actually, it is based off the Salton Sea, coincidentally enough. So, it's still not done, but it's pretty damn close to being done. That's why I died laughing when a while ago, 3-4 weeks ago, it said, and I really felt I was the only one on the internet. It's not done yet. It's not. And lo and behold, and I die laughing at all these prognosticators. Not one will acknowledge that they said, oh, it's done, the movement. They're like, oh, we have breaking news now. Yeah, jackass, you said it was done. Now it's not. It's not done. And I guess based on my employer, everyone's, oh, well, it's not done until you see the piece of paper. You're not promoted until you actually see the paperwork. This one was easy. In December, remember, folks, when I said Oakland effed up, or the commissioner effed up? Remember when I stated that? When he says, dude, you just destroyed the negotiating position for Oakland. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I said, why did you make it? There's nothing signed. There's nothing. It's stupid. You blew it. And, well, it is what it is. So, but the commissioner did say that the community has to contribute to keep the team. So, oh, really? Buying tickets, concessions, and stuff? That doesn't count as a contribution. No, apparently the community has to invest in the stadium too. Mr. Commissioner, go blow yourself. No, they do not have to invest. Stan Kroenke bought his and paid for his stadium, and he gets 100% of the profit. God bless him. That's the way it should be.
Back to the fans, when you were talking about originally, how the fans are in uproar right now. For me, it's too little, too late. The team was averaging under 10,000 per game at home. In fact, there were games that they said there were less than 2,000 people at the game.
There were more foul balls than fans.
Exactly.
Or everyone got a foul ball in this game.
And yet, now that they're saying, well, you guys aren't, we've been here for decades and you guys aren't here anymore. We need to go somewhere where we can make a profit. The ownership people and the team can flourish. Now that they're saying that they're going to move, even though Major League Baseball, but it's pretty much a done deal, as you said. Now they're in uproar. Oh, you guys are leaving. It's not this. It's not. Guys, too little, too late. If you were the fans that you say you were, why the hell weren't you at the games? 2,000 people a game is not going to cut it to keep a major league team in your city. That's all there is to it. I mean, you got to show up. You got to help the team out.
At
least that's my opinion.
Oh, it's Big Dog's a valid opinion. I want to add 2 caveats. So it's going to sound argumentative, but I'm not directing this at the Big Dog.
Yeah.
It's because from the program, I feel we have to say this. Look, the issues at the Oakland Alameda County Stadium, we know the stadium is in bad shape. Okay. People have to invest on both sides. And I may be having technical difficulties, so I apologize. I am on wireless for some reason. I'm not on my hard line anymore. I don't know why. But...
Yeah, you glitched just for a second.
Okay, I'm back. I'm looking at the telemetry. That's why. Anyway, the issues of the stadium are such. But folks, fans aren't going because the team is not winning. It works both ways too. So Oakland management, when you have a winning team, the fans show up. So I'm directing this at Oakland management because they have said, well, fans aren't here. Well, they're not there for a reason. Invest in the team. Because every time you put a semblance of a competitive team, the fans show up. So that's not arguing with you. There is another side to it, and Oakland management never wanted to acknowledge that. They say there has to be buy-in by the fans. What more do you want? Put a winning product out there. You're not even spending allegedly close to the median. In another week, Scorekeeper will earn more than the Oakland budget for players this year. Folks, that's sad. If Scorekeeper can say that. So, anyway, you guys, once Major League Baseball signs off on this move, it's going to be done. They're going to have to play in Oakland for a few more years. Now, there is a brand new stadium in Las Vegas, which is a minor league park. They could conceivably play there, but it's a small park. It's nice, brand new and stuff, so we'll see. I don't know if you have any comments on that, Big Dog or Anime Girl.
How big is the minor league stadium?
I'll have to look it up right now, but it's nowhere near even what the new stadium's going to be. But Las Vegas,
Minor league stadium, I would say.
it might even be
I
somewhere
would say
short of
maybe
20,000.
that. Oh, I was
Even
thinking
then.
way smaller than that. I was thinking like the ones we go to, Raj. So I'm thinking a couple of thousand, maybe 3,000, 4,000.
I was
It's
thinking
called
15.
it's called the Las Vegas Ballpark. It's a nice little stadium. I mean, it really is. It really is, but it's a small stadium. Um,
Capacity.
I'll have to check that one. Capacity of Las Vegas minor league ballpark.
And the answer is
I'm not getting the capacity information, but it's not that large, folks. It's not.
All right. Well, I have other baseball news.
8,200.
Yeah. Okay, 8,000. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, send me a link on that, Gridiron Girl. I will comment if it's what I think it is.
Yeah, I saw a bit of that as well.
Yeah,
So did
I want to be certain on that, Gridiron Girl. It's just I have not been feeling well over the last few days, so I think I know what it is, but I want to be 100% certain. Go ahead, Big Dog. You were going to say other baseball news.
Other baseball news, and in fact, it also is the same team that Gridiron Girl's talking about. Former Dodgers, former Dodger pitcher. This is on an ESPN report. So, former Major League Baseball pitcher Trevor Bauer has declined to be interviewed by police in Arizona about a sexual assault complaint filed against him, while the woman who accused him gave police varying accounts about her alleged pregnancy, according to two police reports obtained by ESPN on Friday. So the woman who ESPN has chosen not to name said in a civil lawsuit that Bauer sexually assaulted her in December of 2020, which led to her unplanned pregnancy. The woman reported the incident to the Scottsdale Police Department in December 2022. So 2 years later, a week after she filed a suit against Bauer. Bauer's attorneys in court filings have described the encounter as consensual and claimed the woman fabricated the pregnancy. John Fedorov and Rachel Luba, co-agents for Bauer, told ESPN in a statement that he categorically denies the allegations made in the woman's statement to the police and within her court filings, reiterating the statement that made earlier this week, calling the woman's claims untethered to reality. Attorneys listed on the women's court documents have not responded to ESPN's request for a comment. It says, according to the police report obtained by ESPN, when the Arizona woman was interviewed by police following her report of a sexual assault, she initially stated she had a miscarriage, but later referred to the miscarriage as an abortion. The detective noted in his report, at the same time during the interview, I questioned her whether she had a miscarriage or an abortion because the two are separate things. During the interview, she stated they're pretty much the same thing and that she no longer wanted to talk about it. A month later, the woman told the detective she did not have an abortion but miscarried just before going to a clinic located in another state. She told the police she did not want to visit medical persons for any treatment. Rather, she saw her own OBGYN in Scottsdale when she returned to Arizona. So the detective added that the medical records she provided do not indicate whether she was in fact pregnant. So Mr. Bauer, once again, is up for sexual assault charges. I don't know if you had seen this report, Scorekeeper, or not. You know, as you said,
No.
you've been having medical problems yourself, medical issues yourself. So Mr. Bauer once again is in the news for another sexual assault, and this, as I said, happened December 2020, and she reported it in December 2022. She reported it about 7 months ago. So, thoughts?
there's a lot of random confusion on the thoughts, but it's
I mean, I don't know. Is he going after women that have mental difficulties? Because he was the big one that caused him that big suspension. Um, all the stories were all over the place, and now this one, it seems to be along the same lines. The stories all over the place. Even the detective that interviewed her, saying she's given varying accounts of not the alleged sexual assault, but the pregnancy that may or may not have happened. So now I don't know what's up with Bauer.
I famously said, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
A lot of stuff with Bauer became jumbled because of his attitude. And a lot
Yes.
of vitriol was directed at him because of his attitude. I, for one, stated unequivocally, time and time again, he's a punk. He's a punk. A selfish punk. There's nothing wrong with that. That's my opinion. And even I fully admit I got lost in some of that. And I can readily acknowledge it. But we kept it fair on this program. We did share the lurid details and everything, but I've always been, even to him and to everyone else, you are innocent till proven guilty. Now, with Bauer, it is still nuclear or whatever you're gonna. It's bad, and or toxic. Yes, I believe that's what it was. So look, just running it up with Bauer real quick. He lives a life that I'm never gonna live. So I can throw a stone insofar as, well, he lives a life that I don't live. Morally, it doesn't matter what he does, as long as he doesn't harm anyone. So, whatever. You can, yeah, you have to be very careful when you say that. But, folks, it's both sides. Both sides. They're looking to take advantage of each other. That's what it comes down to.
Takes two to tango, doesn't it?
Yes. So, but there are limits, and Mr. Bauer has genuinely tested those limits. But what you do,
he has.
yeah,
Mhm.
and we're smiling because we know the lurid details were clear. It was atrocious, and I do go back, and I got a lot of flack because I'm taking the holier than thou. No, I'm not taking the holier than thou. It's in the contract. You can't make your employer look bad. And it's in their contract. And he put himself in that situation. See, that's where it was easy for me to throw the rock. Because I'm like, well, he put himself in that situation. And he's making baseball look bad. So it is resolved. He is still being paid. He never lost a dollar of the money, except for maybe bonuses and whatever. But his full salary, he's getting it all, and he's still being paid this year too.
Oh well.
So,
In
but-
the comments,
I'm
Roger, in the host comments, I put that Dodger Stadium story that I spotted. I don't know if it's the same one that Sonia's on about.
I believe it is, because Sonia did send it to me, and I have it right here, and I'll get to that one in a moment. Because I guess we can finish up the whole thing with Bauer. I was assaulted at work, and I lost a lot of my professional opportunities because of the assault. I didn't want to destroy the individual's life, so I stayed quiet. And because of that, I lost my career. And that's something that I have to live with. And the other person, as a matter of fact, kept advancing and advancing and advancing. And it meant nothing. And the person has a record of doing other stuff too. But I'm not going to go any further on that one right now. So I understand why people don't file right away. I can only tell you what happened in my case. And the person that is claiming this against Bauer, thank God, Big Dog, I'm not in law enforcement. Thank God I'm not in the position of having to judge something like that.
Exactly.
Because it genuinely is he and she.
And as a detective or the interviewer, whoever interviews any suspect, you get jaded the longer you're in the business, because police officers, whether it's here, England, anywhere in the world, you see so much bad day in and day out that when someone is genuinely getting the facts mixed up because of they're going through the trauma of reliving it, or whatever the case may be, you get jaded thinking, oh well, they changed the story. It was this time, but now it's this, blah blah blah. So you think they're lying, and then the victim all of a sudden becomes, someone that they're putting the microscope under when it should be the other way around. So I agree exactly with what you're saying about, glad I'm not the person that has to decide whether this person is telling the truth or lying, and I have to write it down and give my official report on that.
I suppose everybody doesn't. No matter what job you're in, you do eventually get, as you say, jaded or complacent. That
Mm-hmm.
certain things stand up in front of you, and you think, really, again. And when you look into it, you think, hang on a minute. Yesterday you said this. Today you're telling me this. They ain't the same. But your mind's that jaded, that complacent, you think,
No.
you're the one that's wrong, not the person that committed the first offence. You're the one that's wrong because you can't get your facts straight. They sink themselves in so many ways, but uh, the human mind can screw up
Yeah.
so easily on so many things. It's fallible. People are fallible, and that's we got to remember that people are fallible. We will all screw up. We will all drop the ball somewhere, won't we?
It was brought to me, well, why didn't I report it? And I said, oh, F you, I did. And there was a condition that individual was kept in another location. Some years passed, they moved the individual back, and I immediately went to management. I said, what the hell are you dumb bastards doing? Why are you bringing that individual back? And there were a lot of people that played stupid, but again, you do a lot of this and you get your way. And hey, my whole thing was I knew the individual and I didn't want them to lose their job. And I paid the heavier price for it. I'm still to this day. So, whatever.
Anyway,
In the case of this woman, folks, you just can't stay quiet. If it happens, you have to report it immediately. That's the only lesson that I can share with you. I get a bit jaded when I hear on this story. I'm jaded on this story. Why did you take so long to respond? It was thrown in my face that I didn't. I said, oh, no. I actually did. And there were people that got in trouble for that. And it was interesting how they chopped some heads down on the bottom. It was the worst kept secret. See, that's why for me, I did report it.
see, a lot of women don't report stuff because of, shall we say, misogynistic attitude of certain
Mm-hmm.
police. I'm not saying all cops are bad, but you do get the odd one that if you come up against it, they don't give a damn. They look and go, oh, it's just some woman daydreaming. She's fantasizing, and I've got to take notes about it. And they don't believe it because they don't want to believe it because, you know, it's some woman having a go at some sports guy who's could be that bloke's hero. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it
It's
happens.
it's
I'm
very
not saying
difficult, folks.
a lot of women won't go down that route because it's more painful for the woman to carry it forward because they're having to not only are they having to prove what happened, but they're having to prove that they are not complacent in the event.
Yeah, the first word that flies is gold digger,
Oh, of
and
course
it's
it will.
always directed at the female. So I
Mhm.
understand, or oh, I didn't. Ooh, forgive me. All I can say is that I get why they don't report right away. Their lives are over.
Oh yeah.
Professionally and personally, their lives are over. The guy or the male, nope.
Well, have you ever noticed that a bloke can sleep around and
Oh
others
yeah,
they go, good guy, oh he's a man's man. A woman does it and she's through the mud, career's over, end of mission. It's the same thing when you report something like that. You're considered to be easy game.
yeah.
The camp, the camp bicycle, the duty mattress. It's just not. It's not right. It shouldn't happen, but unfortunately it does.
I,
So
I'm
yeah.
I'm okay with it because I think I am the better person to this day, and that's why it doesn't eat me up alive. I know I'm the better person,
Oh yeah.
and that person. My whole thing was I don't want that person's life destroyed.
That takes a lot of courage, actually, Roger, to actually do that
Uh,
to somebody that you know
I
betrays.
look back and say I was stupid, 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 but I still can live with myself and say I was the better person.
Exactly.
The
Exactly.
the kids of that individual has no clue how their lives could have been destroyed.
Hmm.
But
You
God,
see, it's what they
know,
call collateral damage around. It's not just the individual that commits the offence; it's the collateral around that individual.
yeah,
Wife, child, grandkids. They're all
yeah,
collateral.
yeah. There was a lot. So I do want to comment. Gridiron Girl did send me the video of thousands have gathered outside Dodger Stadium as the Dodgers host the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence for the team's LGBTQ plus Pride Night. Sorry, the video zoomed up.
It does that
So
occasionally.
yeah, and um, I know that group. I look. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and I do believe in freedom of expression. I do believe you can do whatever you want. Well, actually, no. There are no limitations. There are. I mean, it's not absolute. You cannot threaten. You can't say whatever you want. There are ramifications. So whatever. I do believe in free expression, but I do believe that there are some people that take it too far. I do not care for the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence for the imagery and what they do. So I am not happy. They, in my humble opinion, this is a baseball game. There's no reason why they should be there, knowing of their toxic uh, stuff. There are many people of this lifestyle that are good people and don't do what they do. So it's I don't hate them. I don't dislike them. I have nothing for them because of how they choose to express themselves. So my opinion is they should not have been invited, and it just you could have invited everyone else. you
Yeah,
know,
I believe when you have freedom of expression, it's it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
yeah,
And either the respect or disrespect that you show whilst expressing that opinion. I mean, it's no use expressing an opinion where you basically take somebody apart for the simple fact that you can. This cancel culture that you can verbally abuse somebody while demanding respect at the same time.
No.
I have never fully understood it.
Yeah.
And I still to this day do not understand it. If you're going to talk to somebody, be respectful, be polite, but don't demand respect back when you're not giving it, because to me that's la la land.
Now, if I'm not mistaken,
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, if I'm not mistaken, it was Pride Night at Dodger
Yes.
Stadium yesterday,
Mhm.
and this group, and I agree. Also, you can do what you want, but I don't agree. Even though I'm not a practicing Catholic anymore, for the most part, almost all part, uh, but I don't agree. Also, the you can do what you want, but I just don't agree with the way they go about it, as Scorekeeper said. If I'm not mistaken, they were re-invited to this.
Yeah.
Because they were first taken out. They were invited first. The Dodgers, I guess, management or whoever makes those decisions, uninvited them, and then the Dodgers got backlash for it. And then they re-invited them, and so since they were re-invited, then the protesters came out more en masse since they were re-invited, if I'm not mistaken.
What
I
exactly
don't know.
What exactly are they?
They are
They're actually a non-profit organization, so they do exist as an entity legally, and they support the community in free expression. And I'm generalizing, but they support the community. Okay, so
the gay community.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I don't know of all the titles, numbers, letters, and all that stuff. I just don't, folks. But
I saw an interview with.
I lost track.
They interviewed one of them, and because the big thing, Anime Girl, is they dress up as nuns.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people that dress up as nuns.
They use the outlandish makeup, like on
almost
on RuPaul's
blackface, but in reverse.
Yeah, so they do that, but they dressed up in the nuns with the cowls and the habits and the whole thing.
Yeah.
And one of them said they are actual nuns. I don't know if Scorekeeper has heard that one before or knows about that, but they said that they are actual nuns that are in this group.
It's very possible.
So they say that's the reason why they dress the way they do. Because I think it was a Channel 4 reporter asked, well, why are you dressed the way you are? And they said, well, we're actual nuns. And we want to, let everybody know that, that there are gays and nuns and so on and so forth. And, you want to, but at the same time, why the makeup and why the outlandishness, to do that? And like I said, I've not turned my back. Well, I have a lot of problems with God. Let's put it that way. Ever since my son passed. So
you and me both on that one, Big Dog. You and me both.
When my son passed, I had a lot of problems, and I will say I'm Catholic, and I will go to church when I feel like it. But for the most part, I have a lot of problems. I have a lot of questions. I never accepted this is a tangent, so excuse me. I never accepted the fact when people said, "Oh, it's what it was in God's vision or whatever." When my son passed, at 17 days, so I can't accept that.
No,
to me, I need to know the reason.
Yeah,
and I never accepted. Oh well, you're not. It's not for you to know. Then don't tell me that.
No.
That's just me. And ever since then, I've
Yeah.
pushed away.
That's the
But
same sort of thing I have with religion as well. It's a case of when you ask a question,
Yeah.
they don't answer it. They push it off to one side. So it's in the greater plan.
yeah,
God's
I've been
plan.
told that many times.
And you say,
And
really? You know, what greater plan? What's the great plan about taking an innocent life? Nah. So you and I have the same problem with religion, but we digress.
and I know that's hard for Roger since he is a very religious man and knows the Bible forward and backwards.
Yeah.
So
Well, you said you're no longer a practicing Catholic. I was nearly tempted to say no, you don't practice anymore because you're experienced at it. But I thought no, keep your mouth shut, Aisha. Don't go there.
That's fine.
It's and look, I believe what I believe,
Yeah.
but I don't hold others to my hardcore beliefs because I just don't. Because it actually says in my beliefs, don't hold people to the same hardcore beliefs that you have. The famous one that I quote, hey, can I remove that plank from your eye? It's not a plank. It's a speck. Remember, it's a little speck. May I remove the... And the whole point of the story is you're pointing out other people's faults when you don't see that you have. And I get that and I hear it. So far be it for me to ever... Look, this is an organization of people, the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, where if you look at them on the surface, there are a lot of things that they've done. And I'm not here to defend them. I'm not here. I know what they've done, but they're also an activist group as well. And I'm an activist, so fine. But as I said, there are some things that they do which I do find offensive. And they are disrespectful to my belief system as to how they go about it, some of the demonstrations that they do. But I'm an adult. I'm a big boy. Someone getting a picture of someone that I respect and them taking a leak on, I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying when someone burns my flag,
it burns you up.
It burns me up, but I'm not going to beat them up over it because I live in the United States of America and I know that people have the ability to express what they want. Guess what? You have that too.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that I have to be around to listen to you. And there are times that I won't.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I look, these people raise money for AIDS. They raise money for cancer research. They're on record. They follow the laws. They've never been reprimanded by the government for disobeying their charitable organization, their charitable works. It's never been brought up in question. And I need to make that clear. I know that they do some stuff, but then there's other things that they do that I can't stomach. And that's why I don't have time for them. So I would not have invited them had I been the Dodgers. They blew up in their face, move on. Would I have demonstrated against them? That is a hard question for me to answer. I don't know. I really don't. I'm lucky. I haven't been feeling well in the last few days, so I don't know. But again, I'm going to say something really stupid, and you guys can laugh with me because I think you'll understand what I'm saying. I wish they would tone down some of their things. Okay, so okay. I'm talking about specific events, but if you think about what I said, you're like, huh? But no, it doesn't fit.
No, Roger. So, there's being an activist, and then there's being an a-hole when you're an activist. I mean, you say you're an activist, but you know where there's the line, and you do not cross that line. Where there are other activists who are, shall we say, a-hole activists who see the line and think, nope, ain't stopping there. They don't just cross it, they go a country mile the other side. And then still expect to be to be respected and understood when they cross the line, and then they look back and people are going, "Whoa, don't want to go there."
I did react because there are levels of practicing. Okay. But in the purest sense of the word, the answer is yes. But to practice, it's like I really reacted at the word practice, you know. So, but do I believe in my belief system? Yes. Do I practice to the best of my ability? Yes. So the answer is yes. It's just, folks, I'm a radio guy. I listen to every word. And when the word was about the practicing, I flinched a little bit because I'm like, well, I'd like to believe I'm an activist, and I don't practice. I don't think I need to get it right over and over and over. I try to do my best. So that's why. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful right now to anyone or anything. It's just, that if you guys have watched even a little bit, I will react to one or two words because that's what I am. Am I practicing? Yes, I am.
Yeah, but the way you're taking practicing in the literal word, in the literal, because you say you don't have to practice because I know, but it's a generalization and it's a common word that's given out when you're talking about a practicing Catholic.
Yeah.
But
folks,
but there is different levels of it though, because what we consider maybe harsh here go down to the Bible Belt, and we're nothing compared to them. They're almost fanatical, So
I've mentioned, and I need to take an image of it, but in front of me, I have, as I've shown on when I interview authors and stuff, you've seen my bookcases. I have them here. And in my line of sight, I have 7 books, The Belief Systems of the World. And it reminds me every day of our differences. And
I'm such an asshole.
No, you're good. You should say it.
No. You said you had 7 books. I'm like, the Harry Potter collection.
Actually, they're up there. I have the Harry Potter. That's funny.
Look at enemy girl.
That's funny. Dude, come on. But I have them, and I've read them because I use it to try to understand stuff. And I don't really want to screw up when it comes to relations with people. So I've mentioned 2 of my favorite classes of all time were in my sophomore and junior year of high school when I was in the seminary. I was studying religion 2 and 3, and it brought me an understanding of other belief systems around the world.
See, you're into your religion. I'm into my history, specifically my military history. I've got books down there that some people would take one look at and go, "No way." But me, I got to read them because I want to know.
Well, it's interesting because I didn't realize I have Foreign Affairs up there. Yes, I'm a stuck-up bastard. I subscribe to Foreign Affairs. I have Foreign Affairs. Yes, I do. I have Foreign Affairs. I have National Geographic. I have my encyclopedia set. Don't laugh, they exist. Funkin' Wagnall's complete set. I have my Star Trek books, which coincidentally enough are about 3 of the rows. And then I have my spiritual books, which are in front of me. And then I have my historical books near the bottom. I have some sports books here as well. Oh, I have more National. I got a buttload of National Geographic. But and then I have my financial books and things, and there are my yearbooks. So my yearbooks are just to the right of my spiritual books. And
his National Geographics, he got them for the pictures, but we won't go there.
Yeah.
Taxman. I need to access Taxman at the moment. Do you get a lot of Gen Zers and Gen Zeros or whatever the hell they call each other?
Gen Z.
You get a lot of Gen Zs? Just for the hell of it, one day maybe do a quick live. Don't have to, not to show their financials or anything like that, but do a quick live with the Gen Zer and put down the Encyclopedia Britannica and ask them to tell you what it is.
Oh. Well, I really can't because the Gen Z audience, 80 to 90% of them upload their documents, and set up an appointment, and sometimes I don't even see them on video. I only have to see them on video the first time to know it's them. They have to send me an image of their ID, but they have to be in the picture, and then I have to see them to confirm it's them due to regulations.
What I should have.
The vast majority of them, Big Dog. I get you, buddy.
Do you have Gen Zers that come into your office? Then that's what I should have said.
There may be a few. There may be. Next time they do that, I should do that. Well, look, you guys know. There it is. There's the phone. There's the Hello Kitty telephone that my daughters had. Right over there. I mean, I don't think they would even know what that is. They would recognize Hello Kitty. They're like, what is that? Thank you, Gridiron Girl. Yes, you've seen that. And that is still not 1/4 of all the material that I have. A lot of them are in boxes. So.
Well, there is one book I've read and I would like in my collection, but I won't buy it because I don't want to contribute to the wrong organization. And that's a certain book by a certain individual from Germany in the 1930s.
Oh, yeah. I won't either. Yeah, I won't.
I've read it. I wouldn't mind having a volume of it to quote sometimes when people start mouthing off and I'm thinking, no, that ain't right. But I won't go and buy it because I don't want to contribute to the wrong organization. I think I've got enough there to keep me going.
I will tell you, though, I do have the book on how to survive a zombie apocalypse.
Well, you should do. You're the bloody one that started it.
Well, allegedly it happens here in Southern California. Here in April. Yeah, in April of whichever year it happens in Los Angeles. That's allegedly where it happens. The zombie apocalypse.
Well, you know what?
It's written by
it
Brooks.
happens during tax season.
Say what?
It happens during tax season. I find that very interesting.
Well, by that time everyone's dead, so go figure.
Yeah.
So, folks,
it's only smartphones are all.
So, like I said, and I've been accused of being of a non-believer because I don't take a stand. I said, well, I've taken many stands in my life, and I will continue. But in the case of this, I just don't have time for that. I'm sorry.
No,
it's just they use imagery and they do things that go against my belief system. So I just don't have time for them. So,
understandable.
Yeah.
Completely understandable.
But like I said, I wish they would tone down some of their activities, but again, I just find that funny. So it's all good. So yeah. But do I practice? Yeah, still. I'd like to believe I know what I'm doing, but yeah, I actually got into a fight with someone who, in my community, my universe of seminarians, they refer to this individual as defender of the faith. The guy was a jerk when I was with him in school. And we were friends on Facebook, and he was going off on judicial activism. And for those of you that know, it's a hot button topic here in the United States about judges legislating from the bench. And I was like, wait a minute, dude. You're talking about judicial activism? And you are who you are? Like, yeah, it's wrong for judges to write. So, dude, Brown versus the Board of Education. That's judicial activism. That's integration. You're against judicial activism. You racist effing pig. A guy is no longer my friend on Facebook. I told him, you need to be careful about you saying that you're against judicial activism because of that. So
I did read somewhere that a certain state has managed to ban the Bible from schools.
Oh yeah, boneheads, because there are certain things.
Because of the sex and the violence of all things.
Yeah. Yes, there's that's why you got to be very careful. You got to be very careful about what you're going to ban. But hey, it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to take a moment. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is 8:40 a.m. Pacific time on June 17, 2023. That's Anime Girl. That's Big Dog, Scorekeeper. everyone in the chat room. Good morning, Gil. Glad you've been on with us this 2 weeks in a row. Jay, Gridiron Girl, and everyone else. Don't forget, let us know who you are, where you hail from. We do appreciate it. Folks, we're going to take a quick look at the baseball standings, and this is what we normally do. Go ahead, Gridiron. I'm sorry, Anime. Ooh,
No, not me. It's Big Dog.
Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go on, Big Dog.
Gridiron Girl, your wish is my command. In more ways than one. Anyways,
actually, Big Dog, are you going to do the standings right now? Oh, okay. Hold off on the standings. Let me do the game results from yesterday and then the standings. So have them ready to go, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, give me the Yankee score.
I'll get to it in a moment. Based on that, I don't think they won.
They lost the game.
Right, let me. Yeah, I think that. So yesterday, Cubs 10-3 over the Orioles. Miami 6-5 over the Nationals. Mets 6-1 over the Cardinals. Red Sox 15, Yankees 5.
And you could tell as soon as he saw that score, he was like,
"Oh boy!"
Braves 8-1 over the Rockies. Rangers lost to the Blue Jays 2-1. The Reds 2-1 over the A-holes. The Angels shut out America's AAA team 3-0. The Tigres pounced on the Gemelitos 7-1. Brewers edged the Pirates 5-4. I was going to say the A-backs. The D-backs put it to the Guardians 5-1. The Rays 6-2 over the Padres. The Phillies finally, I guess, put an end to the athletic winning streak of 6-1. The hated ones 7-5 over the Doyers, and the Seahawks 3-2 over the Blackhawks, or over the Black Sox. So, Big Dog, where are they standing now after those results? Thank you, sir.
In the American League East, it is Tampa Bay leading the way at 51-22.
Say it ain't so, Big Dog.
It is so. Baltimore is in second place at 43-26, 6 games behind. The Yankees are 39-31, 10.5 behind, and it is Toronto 39-32, and Boston is in last place 35-35. In the American League Central, it is the Minnesota Twins at 35-35, and they are in first place. The Indians are 2.5 games behind at 32-37. The Tigers are 29-39, 5 games behind. Then it is the White Sox 30-41, and Kansas City at 18-51. Boy, the Central sucks. In the American League West, it is the Rangers at 42-27. The Assholes are 39-31, 3.5 behind. The Angels are 40-32, 3.5 behind. The Seattle Mariners are 34-34, and Oakland is 19-53.
Folks, check that out. Oakland is now half a game better. Well, actually, no, statistically, 3 percentage points better than the America's AAA team. They're 18-51. Oakland is 19-53, so they're not the worst team anymore. So I guess that winning streak did help them out. I think they eventually won like 7 in a row, but they're not the worst team now. Go figure. It is now America's AAA team. And did you catch that? 4 of the 5 teams in the American League West are at 500 or better, and in the American League East, all 5 teams are 500 and better. So please continue, Big Dog. I needed to make those points.
In the National League East, it's the Braves leading the way at 44-26. Miami is 39-31, 5 games behind. The Phillies are 36-34, 8 games behind. Then it is the Mets at 33-36. Sorry, Tanya. And in Washington is 27-41. In the Central of the National League, it is the beer team, the Milwaukee Brewers, in first place at 35-34.
Cerveceros.
Scorekeeper's second favorite team, the Cincinnati Reds, are in second place at 35-35, half game behind. The The Pittsburgh Pirates are 34-34, half game behind. Then it is the Cubs 32-37, and the St. Louis Cardinals are in last 27-43. In the National League West, it is the Arizona Diamondbacks at 42-28, leading the way, followed by the Dodgers 39-31, 3 games behind. The Giants are 37-32, 4.5 behind. Then it is the San Diego Padres 33-36, and then it is the Rockies at 29-43.
That's crazy.
So they need to get rid of that. So they need to get rid of the American League Central. All those teams suck.
Yeah. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 teams in the National League that are over 500. And in the American League, you have 4, that's 9, 10. 10 teams in the American League that are over 500. That means usually it's 15 teams over 500 and 15 that are not. But this is so skewed this year because of America's AAA team and the Athletics losing so many games. This is why you have so many teams over 500. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Just do the math. So, Gus, Gil, maybe you can go ahead and, let us know which is the best division right now. I'm thinking that Gil is a Dodger fan, but that's okay. So, Gridiron Girl, she's a big old Dodger fan, too. The Dodgers! So, anyway.
So you're going to be wearing a black armband again this week, Roger?
No, I'm still wearing my Yankee jacket. I like this jacket.
They had big losses before. It just hurts when it. Oh no, it wasn't against Boston. Was it against Boston?
It was against Boston.
Oh, that's the one that hurts. That hurts more. He could deal with the 15-5 loss, but when it's Boston beating you 15-5, those are the ones that hurt.
Oh. I shan't press the point and ask why. Yeah.
Boston,
but
the rivalry.
Tampa Bay.
Would just real quick, Roger. I'm sorry. Would you say the Boston, the Red Sox Yankees rivalry is the biggest rivalry in all of sports, or maybe would it be like the Packers and the Bears?
No,
Giants,
okay. I'm glad you've asked. Let me tell you, folks, the Yankee and that other team rivalry is the big deal is that in Boston, they live for that shit. But Boston's this big. So when you say, is it the biggest rivalry? No. Because for Yankee fans, it's like, Boston. Go park your car. I don't have time for it. But I understand what you're saying, Big Dog. It is. I don't think it's the biggest rivalry. There's some genuine mother effing hatred out there. And when it comes to the San Francisco hated ones and the Dodgers, mother of God, that one is crazy. Now, in football, there's 2 or 3, dude. It's the Raiders against everyone else. That's 1. It's the Cowboys against everyone else is 2. And Big Dog mentioned one, the Bears versus
the Bears and the Packers.
Oh my God, yes. But and Boston Lakers, come on, cut it out. There's no love there either. But when it comes to and then if you want to go worldwide, dude, England, Germany, anime girl. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You've got the players duking it out. You've got the fans duking it out, dude.
Mind you, talking about soccer, I mean...
There's some dirty everywhere, right? When it comes to them playing.
Scotland, I think, at one time, the biggest one in Scotland at one time used to be Glasgow Rangers versus Glasgow Celtic.
Oh, okay.
That not just 2 teams, that used to have a religious divide within it as well.
Yeah. You see, here in Southern California, we have the classic Roosevelt versus Garfield. Look,
Ooh,
stupid things happen there too, but there's no real hatred. I'm sorry.
Get it right. It is
Garfield
versus Roosevelt, not Roosevelt versus Garfield. It is Garfield versus Roosevelt.
I apologize.
Okay, and I say that because I'm from Garfield.
Yeah.
But,
look,
okay.
Look, it's wanting to be better than the other one. He's going to have to answer me on this one. I don't see genuine hatred there, but the desire to beat the living crap out of the team. Oh, good God, yes! But
now there's just the desire to beat the other, and the Garfield Bulldogs have dominated the Roosevelt Rough Riders.
Yeah.
Rough Rider, whatever. Anyways,
you know where that comes from.
They have dominated them about the last 15 years. I think they've won maybe 12 of those 15 games. But back when I was going in the 80s, I think there was yes. when they lit the hallways with candles, there was genuine hatred, and they were actually vicious and malicious.
They did things to the mascots.
Yeah, when I was a sophomore there, Roosevelt stole our mascot, which was a bulldog. They stole the mascot and they hung him. They killed him. They hung him in front of the main doors of our high school.
Anime girl, this is high school.
This is high school, and then the following year, Garfield had a in the lunch area there was a gazebo, and Garfield.
I was thinking about that.
Garfield is a very old high school, and it's been around since like maybe the 1920s or maybe 1910s, and the gazebo was built back then. And Roosevelt came in and they destroyed the gazebo. They toppled it to the ground. So in retaliation, now this is East LA. Where Garfield's on the outskirts of East LA, but it's a poor area. Not a lot of money there. So Roosevelt was one of the few schools that had a swimming pool, Olympic-sized swimming pool, and swim teams would practice. In fact, other high schools would go there to swim at their pool. So after the gazebo got toppled, lo and behold, don't know. We know it was a football team. We don't know. I know who it was, but I'll never say. They decided to get back at Roosevelt. They dumped 255 oil drums.
Oh my God, I remember that. This is city news, folks. I remember that.
255-gallon oil drums into the pool.
Jesus.
They spray painted the inside of the auditorium with black spray paint.
Yeah.
And they threw weed killer or grass killer on the football field.
It's World War III or school?
High school kids.
And I remember because there were a few football players in a couple of my classes, and I remember after this happened, we had heard about it, and of course everybody, all the chatter was going, and all of a sudden, 3 police officers walked into one of I think it was biology, walked in, and they were like, "We want you, and you." And it was all football players, and they walked them out, and they came back like 10 minutes later, and the football players were laughing. So the teacher, after the class, we were all like, "What happened? What happened?" He's like, "Oh, they checked us for spray paint on our fingers." Oh. And he goes, and we, someone said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "Well, we came back, so we didn't have any." He's all I'll say is if whoever did it, they were smart enough to wear gloves. That's all he said. But the rivalry is crazy, and it's a high school game. But that particular game, they moved to the city college because East
that
LA
was
College,
before to ELAC, right?
Yeah, when it went to ELAC, East LA City College, because that holds, I believe, 25,000 people.
Yes.
And then, from my understanding, the last 2 years, they've been holding it at the Coliseum, which holds, as we all know, 97,000. They don't get that many, but
This is a high school game.
If I remember last year, because last year the halftime show was the Black Eyed Peas.
That's
was
crazy.
the halftime show at the Garfield Roosevelt game, and I believe they got in about 28 to 30,000 people there for a
So
high school game.
Do you go?
Not anymore. I stopped going when they try to flip over the school bus. I was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. I don't need. My kids were really small at the time, and I was like, I can't get involved in any of this stuff, so I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bloody hell. High school sounds like bloody battle
Yeah.
train.
I
Jesus.
remember when they dumped the oil.
Mhm.
That was horrible, man.
Yep.
I mean, that's toxic. I mean, the damage done.
Well,
There
they
was a
toppled-
lot of money.
They toppled the gazebo. It was like almost. It was 100 years old.
I
almost.
thought they burned it down. Didn't they do?
No.
Didn't they burn
No.
something later?
No, they.
Or the auditorium just burned on its own.
No, that was a whole separate.
Yeah.
That was
separate.
something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Folks, it's crazy. And that's just a high school game. But yes, the hatred. So going back to this, Big Dog, the Giants and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And that's the only time I'm going to use that one. That one is not, look,
yeah,
they've been stabbed. They've been beaten up. It's stupid. I don't go to Dodgers Giants. I'm
players
already risking my life.
batters have beat up catchers with baseball bats.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah. That's why I would equate Germany, England. Though, oh my God.
Juan Marichal, right? He was the catcher that got beat up or got hit on the head. Was it Juan Marichal? I believe.
Well, Juan Marichal was a pitcher.
Oh, okay.
I don't recall. Gridiron Girls. Do you remember Gil?
Where he was, and then all of a sudden you just see him.
I know
hitting the
Bert
catcher.
Campaneris fired the bat back at him.
Yeah.
It was nasty, folks. It was I could have survived in that area. Oh yeah, you had to be ready.
That's why I stopped going to football matches. I went to a Scotland Holland match, and it started off with just gentle banter, and then all of a sudden it kicked off. It literally, Scotland fans piled into the Dutch fans, and the Dutch fans piled into the Scottish fans, and I thought, time out, I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
A bit like Big Dog, I thought, I'm not playing anymore.
I think the most violent fans though are like in Brazil. Because isn't it in Brazil where they killed the one soccer player that kicked it into the wrong field goal, that he scored a goal against his team by accident, and they killed him later on in the day. Yeah, I think it was Brazil.
Folks, in Latin America, they have beaten up players and they have killed refs.
Yes,
in Latin America. That's folks, and no insult to the psychos of the world, but they make psychos look bad.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'll give you that.
That's why it amazes me as to how stupid, ignorant the American sports fan is. That they don't understand what football is, and that's the international game. It's just so amazing to me, just understanding the waves, the vibe. People are surprised that I follow soccer. And I said, actually, I don't. But I do pay attention to the World Cup. World Cup is big. I've always watched the World Cup, and I study up on it. And it's just, I think it's so cool that the nations of the world compete to get into the cup and then out to beat the living crap out of each other. I mean, this is legal.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you play Japan and then you just stand back and watch them clean the stadium up after they lose, you think,
yeah,
what?
Yeah.
I mean, they lost against Russia, and they actually took their changing room, cleaned it, and made it sparkling, and left a thank you note to the Russian team.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see them doing that.
Yeah, they do. There's pictures of them at the last World Cup going along, picking up the rubbish from in the stadium when the game was over.
Well, you remember the story that I'm not sure if you were with us or not, Anime Girl, how I guess Shohei Ohtani was playing in Japan, or I don't know if it was recent or when he was there regularly, but he hit a home run and the person caught the ball. Let's say Scorekeeper caught the ball. Everybody wanted to take a picture with it, so that ball actually traveled throughout the stadium the rest of the game, but made it back to the original gentleman that that caught the ball. And we talked about it, saying that would never happen in America.
No.
You let
It
that
wouldn't
ball out
happen
of your
in many
hands,
parts of the world.
you let that ball out of your hand for a minute. That was it. It was gone. It was, you would never see that ball again.
Oh, yeah.
I told you guys that when I went to the World Cup, thank you, John D'Ambrosio, the baseball World Cup, when I was at Dodgers team, actually, because of John, I went to 2 different ones, and it was a championship game twice. And when Japan was there, I know they played South Korea, and I'm not sure what Japan played the other. It could have been South Korea again. But anyway, I had never said excuse me so many times in my life in a 3-hour event. You bump into anyone and excuse me, sorry from the Japanese crowd. I could be assaulted by a Dodger fan and they'll pour the beer on you and walk on. They won't even say a word. Dodger fans, look, I'm sorry, folks. I guess I'm getting warm and old, but Dodger fans are assholes. They are. I consider myself a Dodger fan, but going to Dodger Stadium, Big Dog?
It's dangerous now.
We just don't have that desire to go anymore because of all the maybe because we're guys and we end up getting in the drunk sections where people are just drinking and being stupid. And Big Dog and I are targets because we're bigger guys. And you always get those little short little shits that have little small weenies and want to impress.
There we go again.
Yeah.
You got to think about small meters, haven't you?
I've always been picked on people with small weenies.
It's not.
Dude, they're small. It's commensurate. Although I have a joke about that. I have a joke about the Big Dog. I keep interrupting you. Go.
No, I was just gonna say the reason why we don't want to go anymore is because yes, we're older, and more importantly, we don't want to put up with that bullshit. We just want to sit and watch the game, eat our nachos, eat our hot dog, and enjoy the game and enjoy each other in conversation. And unfortunately, when you're at Dodger Stadium now, you have to almost have a swivel, on your neck because you're looking to make sure everyone around you is acting okay.
Yeah, and that's just sad. It's just sad.
Yeah, Billy Connolly had a joke about that. I know, didn't he? I can't remember which 2 football teams.
Fans are not in those sections. I never had a problem or saw what you don't see in the other team steam around the country. Now, it's kind of funny because go, Big Dog, finish that one.
Not to be sexist, but it's because you're a cute girl. That's why.
Yeah, they're not. Big Dog and I are targets. We're big guys and people want to be stupid with us. But, and I guess my nose is always in the air. So people see an air about me and they want to knock it off. So whatever. I don't pick fights with people. And the funny thing is I'm a Dodger fan and yet other stupid Dodger fans want to pick fights with me. And it's like, all right, whatever. And Big Dog knows the thing that irritates me the most is when you're up in front, and Big Dog and I always paid extra for the good seats. We always sat in the field section, the boxes. And we were amongst the fans, right, Big Dog?
Mm-hmm.
But when you're up in front, you get the assholes in the back, the ones with the small weenies that get drunk, and they start throwing ice, the peanuts, and everything. Look, I've spoken to psychiatrists about this. They're like, yes, they are. They're mentally small and they're physically small because that's why they drink, because they're not happy with themselves. And then when they're with their buddies, well, they know their buddies have got them. So they're going to act the fool. These are the people that don't get any. They're unsatisfied with their lives and they're just bitter people. So they get drunk and act the fool at the game. And it's sad, and it happens more and more. We just don't want to deal with it. And unfortunately, when we go to Anaheim,
Don't have to deal with any of that. It's all the opposite.
Now, I will say,
Yeah.
you go to the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, the minor league, they're great. They're great. Dodger fans are awesome down there. And the minor league parks. Go to the San Bernardino team, the 66ers, and Lake Elsinore. Fans are awesome there. It's just this whole thing now at Dodger Stadium that it's the rabble now. And allegedly, because the ticket prices are so high, you would think you would get the elite behaved. No.
You know, and it's funny that, you know, in going to those minor league games that we go to, and talking about Dodger Stadium and how rowdy they can get, the fact that we go on days where they have dollar beer night.
Oh my God! Right.
And $2 hot dog night, so everybody's piling up. And I have yet to ever see a fight or a big disagreement.
Yeah.
Even though the beer is flowing.
And these are hardcore fans in the minor leagues, and they're great. Big Dog and I love going to Rancho Cucamonga.
Yep.
It's cool there. We love going to San Bernardino. Those are the Angels, and then I've been to Lake Elsinore. That's a nice stadium. Those are Padre fans. You know, Padre fans are just angry at everything, but that's okay. Star. But they're harmless. And I've seen it. They're drinking and drinking and drinking, and nothing ever. You're right, Big Dog. And on the beer nights, nothing ever happens, and people are just drinking away. But why do they do that and go to Dodger Stadium? I'm going to have to keep these names careful, but Carlos was a coworker, and I had another coworker. Her name was, we'll call her Diane for the moment. Wait.
I would say Jane, but okay, Diane's
okay. We'll go with Jane or Karen. Her name was Karen.
Or she was Mexican. We'll call Maria.
She was, she was talking about, her relationship with her boyfriend, and they were talking about going shopping, and she said, "Yeah, I found out my boyfriend's a size 8." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry." She's like, "What do you mean?" Shoe size. Shoe size is commensurate. Size 8. I'm sorry. So she wasn't getting the whole thing. And I was like, well, obviously, hey, you're happy, life's good, but it's small because it's shoe size. But she goes, what are you talking about? And then, because I have very long arms, Big Dog knows this, I was a jerk, and I said, from here to here, it's commensurate with your shoe size. And her jaw dropped. And I says, watch. It's all about size. Hey, Carlos was a little on the shorter side. Okay. I wear a size 11. Okay. I'm 5'11". Okay. Carlos is maybe 5'3", 5'4". He's a great guy. Hey, Carlos, what's your shoe size? I'm sorry, what? What's your shoe size? Oh, I'm a 12. I lost it. I'm like, bullshit. You can't be a 12. And that duck, oh my God, they are big. I had never seen his shoes. I was like, holy shit. That was hilarious, man. So I got slapped in the face.
There's anomalies,
There are anomalies, but it was hilarious because, it kind of proved my point a little bit because I'm like, things are commensurate. It's your shoe size. And her boyfriend was like a 7 or an 8. Carlos over there was a 12. Even I was like, nah! So I was the one running the insecurity on that one. It was a hilarious moment.
I was always told you could tell the size of a guy's wiener by there to there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
From there to there.
Yes.
That gives you it out.
It's actually, yes. That's why Donald was always offended when people said he has small hands, and he does. When you look at his body, Donald has small hands. Correct. But if you want to mess with the younger ones, you always tell them, no, it's commensurate. That's the Weinstein one. That's the one I like using, and they believe it. You're like, oh yeah, from here to here, shoe size.
I did notice when I Roger, when I went like that, Big Dog went, put his hand down.
Yeah, I did not see that he rigged, but both Big Dog and I immediately showed our hand size. We do. Yeah. Big Dog is taller than I. Big Dog, are you 6'2" or 6'3"?
6'2".
6'2". I'm 5'11" and a half. So he is taller than I. Clearly. You can't even mistake Big Dog and I as like, oh, who's taller? It's like, man, you can tell. But the one thing that I have on Big Dog is I have the Kevin McHale arms. Big Dog and I will stand up next to each other. Oh, sorry. Ooh, can't do that right now. But anyway, Big Dog and I can stand next to each other, and my fingertips are greater than his. Yeah, and he's taller. His shoulders are higher than mine, but I have
I have short arms.
So you've got musician's fingers, then, have you?
I do. Oh, I had.
Maybe he does. I don't. I'm all palm.
Yeah.
I'm all palm.
Yeah.
I had piano teachers wanting me to be a student. They're like, "Oh, you play piano?" No. I'm the scorekeeper. Ladies and gentlemen, sports talk with the guys. Home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks. Oh,
definitely not.
So
I'm a bit like Big Dog. I'm all palm.
Yeah. See, yeah. I was about to say you're like me. You're all palm.
Yeah, I'm all palm. But then again.
Okay. Nothing against the Big Dog, but he's got big hands. He does.
Yeah, I can almost palm a ball. Can I
palm a ball? I can hold the ball pretty close with one hand. I don't know if I can palm it. Big Dog can palm it.
I was always, back in the day, I was always so jealous at James Worthy when he used to palm the ball and just kind of.
Oh, good God, dude! It was like
put it, wherever he. Yeah. Oh.
Dude, he would do this.
Yes.
Big Dog and I could have moments that we could do that, but that was about it. Oh my goodness, this is fun.
I would never be able to do that. Hands are not big.
Oh, by the way, folks, I had a joke when that football player got the two guns. I'm sorry, Big Dog. We'll go to yours right now, but I picked this up in Alaska from the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Society. It's a real nice Swiss Army knife. Okay, I paid $9.95. It has my name on it, the English version of my name. It's really cool, but it cost me $9.95. It's really nice. It has the wood grain on the side, and it is a Swiss Army knife. It has every little thing in it. It's got those, the champagne thing. It's got the little screwdriver, which I've used. It's really cool. Well, I left it in my pocket when I was going to the airport. So this little $10 thing ended up costing me $50 because I couldn't get through security, and they're like, "Oh, well, you can just leave it here." I'm like, "No, you little bastard, no!" It was nice. Well, you can just leave it here. Otherwise, you got to go back. So then I had to go back. I had to put it in my bag. It was actually in my bag, but it couldn't pass security. So, like a pendejo, I then had to pay for the luggage. Damn it! And it was a $40 luggage fee. Damn it! So this little thing ended up costing me $50. But I like it. It's really cool. Yeah. Except that football player, his baggage fee is a lot more than $50.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I got lucky one time. We when I was still with Rite Aid, and we had to travel to the East Coast somewhere, and I went through, checked my bag in, took my walk-ons and stuff, and I sat down and I was like, oh, what's poking at me? And I reached into my back pocket, and my box cutter was in my back pocket. I don't know how it didn't get picked up on the security.
You lucky.
But yes, I kept my mouth shut.
That might even be an arrestable offense.
Yes,
dude.
I know.
Jeez.
I know. I was like, holy shit, how did I even get past security? I completely forgot about it.
I've gotten by with a few small things that I shouldn't have.
Yeah,
but box cutter.
I was like, oh. So I just kept it in my back pocket. I was like, I didn't even try and get to it anymore until after we got out of the airport.
Yeah. Whoa, don't play with it.
Yeah.
And it was funny because this thing, look, it has the knife, right, which I've used, but check it out. This is what made this little thing a weapon. That's a serrated blade. This will kill people. So I didn't know it was there. And the security guard knew I didn't know. And they're like, sir, you can leave it here and go on through. And I'm like, oh, F you. F you. Oh. I mean, this is nice. I really admit it's nice. But they saw it and they were through the imagery. They kept running it through. I'm like, what? What the hell? I didn't have this problem. And then they found it. And I was like, oh. And I was like, oh, yeah, shit. Yeah. And I told them, I said, oh, yeah. And it was in Anchorage. They know what AWCC is. They know it's a conservation center. They all knew. That's why the guy says, well, you can leave it here if you want. I'm like, oh, hell no. So,
not after I got my name put on it.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah. It was really the only keepsake that I kept, but it's kind of cool. So anyway, we're doing very well, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:16 a.m. Pacific time. It's June 17, 2023. What a glorious morning it is. It is the weekend of Juneteenth, and it's absolutely what about Palm? Ooh, you goosed him. I'm too damn tired to move. Nice try. Big Dog, you're holding your phone.
Yes, I wanted to get to, since we were kind of talking about football, I ran across this and I was so jealous of this that I thought I'd bring it to our attention.
You have big hands, Big Dog, don't worry.
The Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs unveiled their Super Bowl ring. And the 2020 Lakers championship ring was pretty damn spectacular.
Oh my God! Yes. Sorry, Big Dog, for interrupting you. That was effing beautiful.
This ring puts that to shame.
Really?
Yes. This is, and of course, it was made by Jostens, the guys who make all the championship rings. Let me read this to you guys. According to Jostens, the company that makes the Chiefs Super Bowl rings, each Super Bowl ring contains 613 diamonds, 609 round diamonds, and 4 marquee diamonds, and 35 rubies, for totaling 16.1 carats. Whoa. This is the features of the ring. The team's logo is with 16 rubies, representing the number of division titles for the franchise. 50 diamonds on the Arrowhead portion of the team's logo, representing the 50th anniversary of Arrowhead Stadium. 3 Lombardi trophies, each set with a marquee diamond at the top, representing the third all the championships. A total of 16 baguette diamonds at the base, representing the 16 players who scored a touchdown in the 2022 regular season. A red backdrop created from 19 rubies and 38 diamonds. The Chiefs scored 38 points in the Super Bowl, which was the 57. So when you add up 38 diamonds and 19 rubies, that adds up to 57. They also have 54 diamonds along the top, representing the deficit in terms of total points the Chiefs had to overcome in their 2 most recent Super Bowl championships playoff runs. It also has each player's name in gold, along with a row of 13 diamonds. And last but not least, it has a removable top that the ring can turn into a pendant, modeled to look like Arrowhead Stadium. God damn. That is freaking impressive. I have no idea what the cost is.
I found it.
I have no idea what the cost is, but it must be upwards of $50,000 per ring.
Oh, yeah, what a dumbass. I was going to say it's over $10,000.
Yeah. I believe the Laker ring was $22,000.
Oh, my God, folks. But that Laker ring was unreal. But look, folks, this is it.
Damn.
This is nice.
That is stunning.
Sorry.
I like the way it converts into a pendant.
The pendant, yes.
And that I will take, or I can't take credit for. My Lakers can take credit for, because that was the first time there was a removable top ever made on a championship ring. That was the Lakers 2020 ring, where you pop the top off and it had all the numbers, or all the retired numbers.
There was a lot to like on that one.
Yes, but this Kansas City ring, that's freaking spectacular.
Yeah.
I mean, that now has set the level. That is the top tier.
Okay, it may be the top tier, but the Lakers ring is
Oh, it's up
still, geez, I still think it's second best as of right now. I'm going to see if I can go to it right now, the imagery of the Laker ring, but it was just absolutely unreal. But there was more to it. The whole package, everything, the box it came in, the presentation, it was just absolutely gorgeous. Everything that the Lakers did for that championship ring was amazing.
And 29 other teams fans and even some Laker fans don't even give credit to that championship. They call it the bubble championship.
And no,
the
it's no, because they all played by the rules on that one.
Hey, I know. Oh, you don't have to tell me that one. That's always my argument. You know, it's a bubble championship. You guys need, hey, 22 teams had a chance to win. It's not my fault that the Lakers came out on top.
The replica ring is $35 to $49.
Now, yes. It's gone down a little bit. But the replica, for anybody out there that's a fan, no matter who you're a fan of, whatever team you're a fan of, if you're going to buy a replica ring, make sure it is American made. Do not, I repeat, do not buy it from China or Japan or the Philippines. Usually Japan doesn't do it very often, but do not buy from China. Do not buy from the Philippines. It is a joke of what they send you. Yes, it's a good price, but this is definitely, you get what you pay for. The replica rings that are made here there's a couple of different companies. They're very well made, and they're exact replicas of the player championship rings because there's a difference. Scorekeeper knows since he has 27 to his name. There are player rings, and then there's executive rings or friends of executives or whatever. So those rings are just a little bit different. But so you want to get replica rings from the players. But as I said, make sure they're American made because all the other ones are crappy. I've seen pictures and it's a joke of what they send you. But yes, the Laker ring was spectacular.
Yeah, this one is MVP Ring, the company that I was showing the imagery from. I've seen them before, and they really do a lot of good stuff on these replicas. I was telling Big Dog that we should try to get some of the replica rings. But when we first saw them, it was close to like about. Oh, well, I thought they were more than that.
No, that's okay. Between 100 and 150 is usually what they'll go for right away. And then if you wait a while, then it just goes down drastically because more people just can figure out how to make that mold. It's expensive at first because people want to be out to get it. You know, I want to sell it now. So. But yeah.
Yeah, that Kansas City one, that is nice.
Yeah. Yeah. And Mahomes said he said it's a beautiful ring and he cherishes it almost as much as his first ring, but he said it will be safely put away in his safety deposit box. Safely kept away. He said he will not display these and he will not wear it around, which is a smart thing.
Yeah,
that is cool.
I'm interested to see what Denver's going to do. Only because, you know, they're the Nuggets. So are they going to do like a gold nugget on there in the background? Or will it be the Mile High logo? Or I'm interested to see what Denver does with their ring.
Yeah, when what's-his-face, the Dallas Mavericks won, everyone was expecting something incredible because even Mark Cuban said, "This is my chance. I'm going to do something." It was a ring.
I mean, it had the logo on it. The horse logo, the stallion logo, because of Mavericks.
But he
What
himself
was?
built it up to be something
Oh
that
yeah.
was like, and it was. It's a ring. It's nice. Don't get me wrong,
Pro-
but
Probably because he saw what the cost was going to be. What he envisioned maybe was a little too much even for him. But what
Yeah.
I thought was crazy is if you remember when they won, he did not want to get a ring at first. Remember? I don't know if you guys remember that.
well, I
He said
remember he
let's do
wanted
a
to have.
pendant.
Right, he
Yeah, like
wanted
a
to do something to stand out.
yeah, and he wanted to either do a pendant or a belt buckle. I forgot what crazy crap he came up with, and then they were like, the players were like, no, no,
No,
no, no, no, no. We
if you're
didn't go
gonna
through
do
all what
this,
we went through.
yeah,
Yeah, we want to be able to show that thing off.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I remember Eric Dickerson purchased diamond rings for his front line one year, and I think he also gave them cars once when he broke the
Well,
record. I think.
no, when he broke the record, he gave them all the high end Rolexes. They each
The
got like
Rolexes, okay.
$15,000 Rolexes, but he bought it for the
Yeah.
entire line.
Now,
That
even then, that was a lot of money.
hell yeah, and
Yeah.
players didn't do that. You know,
Ooh,
well,
no.
we
Eric
make
Dickerson.
fun of we make fun of Dickerson a lot, but as far as him being generous towards his fellow players, there's no doubt that he did not spare any expenses when it came to his
He
fellow teammates.
knew how
Hmm.
he got that record,
Yep.
and he acknowledged his line, which was amazing. Yeah, he got them several years, different
Yeah.
gifts.
Yeah. Lots.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Well,
Hmm.
he was every few years. He was.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
He
just
kept.
don't have the drive to perform
Yeah.
anymore.
Such and such is making more money than me. Even though I signed the contract last year, I just don't have the
I just
drive
don't
this
have
year.
it.
But if
And
if you were to pay me more than what Roger's making, even if it's $1 more than what then I'll have the drive.
Again.
look,
Yeah.
Eric Dickerson kept getting. I think he got at least 2 renegotiations, more
Yep.
money,
Hmm.
but he delivered.
I will give him that. Yes, I will give him that. He delivered every single time.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to get to this article, Big Dog. It's from Yard Barker that Anime Girl got to us in the chat room.
What was
I'm going to
it?
ask you to take the lead on this real quick. I'm going to have to get another cup of coffee, but the old man in me, I'll be back. I need about 2-3 minutes, so I'll be right back. So if you want to get to something else, great. If not, get to that, and I will be back in a few moments. Sorry, folks. I'm getting old.
Yeah, he's got to go pee.
Really? He was being polite.
Yes.
I'm not polite. I'm not polite.
No, I worked that one out long ago. Long ago, I worked that one out.
And I like embarrassing him.
Yeah. Remind me not to tell you where I'm going.
We'll wait for him to come back because I would like his input on this article. But I have a couple of hockey items, so I'm surprised Coffee's actually not in the chat. But for those who don't know or don't follow hockey, the Las Vegas Golden Knights won the Stanley Cup 4-1. They won Game 5 in dominating fashion. Now, as we all know, hockey is a lot like soccer, where the score is not very high. So there's a lot of 2-1s, 3-1s, so on and so forth. The Golden Knights won this final game. I believe it was 8-3. That is a major blowout in hockey, and they won. Yeah, they won the Stanley Cup. This is only their 5th year in existence. They are one of the few teams to do it that quickly. Management,
Very quick.
Yeah, management has run this the perfect way. An expansion team who, in their very first year of existence, made it to the Stanley Cup Finals, I believe, or the conference finals, but they were at least a top 4 team in their very first year of existence. They went back and forth, always near the top. But this year they put it all together and in dominating fashion. So hats off to the Las Vegas Golden Knights. The celebrations. Let's see. The Denver Nuggets won the NBA championship on a Monday. The Golden Knights won it on a Tuesday. The Denver Nuggets, after they won, there was rioting in Denver, and everybody all talks about how bad LA is. And when the Lakers won, and in the 2010, 2009, 2010 season, the riots had happened, the looting, so on and so forth. Denver outdid us. Not only did they riot, but they started shooting people. One person died, 7 others were injured in the so-called celebration in the streets. So, yeah.
I mean, Manchester City won the European Cup, and they had a party in the streets with the people driving through, the team driving through with all 3 cups that they won, and they didn't have any of this grief.
Yeah. Some people are stupid. I mean, that's the only way to say it. On the flip side, hockey, who is known to be the most aggressive of all the 4 major sports in America, when the Golden Knights won their championship, everybody gathered around the stadium outside in the parking lot, and as a group of 20, 30,000 people that were out there, all sang in unison, "We are the champions."
That's cool.
That was cool. Yeah,
yeah.
I really like that, and they actually they were in tune also. But that was the extent of it. There was no rioting. There was no major arrests. Now I don't know if it was the fact that because you're in Vegas and they're already used to partying all the time, so But
I don't get it with the violence. I really don't.
Neither do I. I was proud of the Lakers when they won in 2020. Of course, it was COVID, so there was nothing to go on. But in 2009 and 10, when we won back to back, I was proud of my Lakers, and I was ashamed of the fans because both of those years they went out and they rioted, and I mean, it was just an excuse for a lot of the gangs that were in that area because it's in downtown LA. And all the gangs got in with the regular fans and kind of got them all riled up where they went and started, looting all the places.
Yeah.
Scorekeeper, I was talking about the difference between the Golden Knights and the Denver Nuggets as far as the fans were concerned. And after they won the championship, Denver, as I was telling the anime girl, they won the championship and they rioted, but they also shot up people. 1 person died, 7 were injured from gunfire. I can at least say, yes, the LA Laker fans were idiots in 2009 and 10 when they won and they rioted. No one got killed. I can at least say that. Mm-hmm. And I was telling her the flip side was the Golden Knights, who won the Stanley Cup the very next night. They had about 20 to 30,000 fans outside of the arena singing "We Are the Champions" in unison. And that was about the extent of the so-called rioting, which never happened.
Way to go for them. Way to go for them.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you, there was in the 90s a spate of riots everywhere. It was stupid. And then 1996 comes around.
Yep.
And the New York Yankees are on the verge of winning. And everyone is like, oh my God. Oh, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? It's going to be horrible. We're going to have another civil war. They're going to be animals. They're going to be whatever. Well, when the New York Yankees won in 1996, not a damn thing happened. Yankee fans did not rush the diamond. They did not. There was nothing. New York celebrated a world champion. And within a day, it was people commenting, it's like, it would be New York to show us how to actually celebrate a championship. Yeah. And every time the Yankees won the World Series, there was no looting, no rioting, no loss of personal property. And that's another reason why I love being a Yankee fan, because every other team's fans are stupid, ignorant animals.
Well, here's hoping Chicago never bloody win.
Uh, actually, I think they have, and they've been stupid. Big Dog will have to remind me when the Bulls won. They weren't very nice either. But all I can say is when the Yankees won, we set the standard in baseball.
Good.
Each and every time we won in 96, 98, 99, 2000, and 2009. No one lost property. It was great. Yankee fans, they're stupid and dangerous, but they don't destroy personal property.
You turned your lights off again in your studio?
I did turn off the overhead lights. It's actually already getting rather warm. It's 70 degrees. It's nice right now, but it's going to get warm, and I want to keep it low.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's understandable. Understandable.
So, did you address this article?
No, Big Dog said he wanted to wait for you to get your
Appreciate that.
comments on it.
Okay. Well, I'll wait till he gets back right now. He may have. I wonder if he has to go pick up his daughter.
Normally he says if he's going, and he didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I do not know. But I saw just a bit of it, and I thought, what, again? Yeah, I thought he'd gone. I thought he'd had enough, departed the scene. But obviously, maybe not.
I don't know if he's going to be able, and I'm going to get into it real quick. Since the Big Dog has seen it, hopefully he'll get back to us. And we are down to, frankly, minutes in our program. And I have to tell you, I've enjoyed this program from the very beginning to right now. And I thank you, Anime Girl, and I thank Big Dog. Big Dog will be returning in a moment. He's probably listening, he just can't comment. But the headline of this article, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat room, folks, let me go ahead and put it in the chat room. And Gridiron Girl, I'm generalizing about Dodger fans. There are a lot of good Dodger fans, but there are just a lot of stupid fans that go and make fools out of themselves. But
Apples in every game.
yeah, but it's just Big Dog and I are avid sports aficionados. We like going to sporting events. We like going to a bar. Actually, it was because of Big Dog I discovered the National. Oh, he and I cried when that bar
I
went under.
miss the National so much.
It was a sports bar. They were ahead of the curve. And I guess
Yes.
they made mistakes, and that's why they went under, because something happened right here in the Covina one. And
Yes,
I
there were
think
too
there
many
was a
fights.
shootout.
They had the Raider games, and
Yeah.
too many of the rowdy Raiders showed up.
And Gridiron Girl, I appreciate that, because look, Big Dog and I went for years. It's just, it seems to be that it's just, damn it. Yeah. Big Dog and I, we always chose to go to Dodger Stadium first and foremost, period.
Mm-hmm.
It was our first choice always. We're Los Angeles Angels. We're Dodger fans. We're also Angel fans. But if we had our dithers, there was a time when Dodger Stadium was actually cheaper than Anaheim.
Yep. And the
By a lot.
And the fact that Scorekeeper and myself grew up Dodger fans.
Yeah.
We may have became other. He became a Yankee fan. I became an Angel fan. But our youth, we were Dodger. We were Dodger fans. We bled blue. We bled Dodger blue and loved Tom Lasorda.
and you know, Gridiron Girl knows that about me. She knows my secret that I'm a Dodger fan. And God bless her, she gave me a Dodger cup, which you know, you've seen it from time to time. I have it here, and I'm going to have to get it. But she also gave me a Yankee cup. That hurt her to have to buy that Yankee cup. And
dude, I feel that. I feel her pain, because you don't know how hard it is for me to buy Miles, Patriots, and or Reds Oh, you don't know how much it hurt me to buy a Boston Red Sox jersey for Mason. That one hurt. That one hurt a lot.
would much rather buy a I would much rather buy a Cincinnati Reds uniform because they're the oldest baseball team in continued existence. That's their claim to fame. That's it. They're the oldest.
Yeah.
That's why they started first by tradition.
All I'll say is I have never bought a Celtic thing yet.
I have never purchased a Red Sox. Oh, whoa.
Seen this?
Oh,
that is cool.
That's the only cowboy memorabilia bit of merch that I got.
But you have.
that's cool.
This is cool. I'm going to have. So I apologize, Gridiron Girl. Next time I see Big Dog, I will get him the Laker pin. And hold on a minute.
But you still got it?
And it's still
I haven't been there.
I have never used it up until this first time.
Same thing with Scorekeeper. I'm holding his. I'm holding his pop.
Oh, Hatani.
Actually, his Funko is still wrapped up. This is mine because I bought two, one for him and one for me.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Dog and I don't exchange gifts when we get together. We go out, we eat, and we're the old Hager the Horribles. We eat and drink as merry men. When
there's kids that will not get that. Hager the Horrible.
And actually, what the truth is we're so old we forget. We forget to bring this to
I think that's what it is. I'm so old that I had purchased Big Dog a pin. Didn't I give you a pin like 15 years ago? So when I saw this pin, I really thought it was me getting it. And Gridiron Girl was like, "Hey, shut the hell up, dumbass."
That's right. It was
yes.
I remember that. Yeah, she did.
I was like, "Hey, dumbass, I'm the one." And
she jumped in like that.
Yeah, I remember he picked it up and he went, "I got your pen. I'm still going to send you the pen. I bought this pen." Like, Gridiron Girl, no, you didn't.
She lost her shit right there.
Slap.
And rightfully so. I had forgotten. So I noticed that Big Dog and I will get impatient with each other here on the sports program. But as far as in person, geez, Big Dog, I don't think we have.
Nope.
We
never have.
Have we ever even gotten tired of each other?
Nah.
I don't think so, huh?
Nope.
No. So whenever we okay, Big Dog, let's go. Oh, I gotta tell you something off air, Big Dog. You're gonna laugh. I can't. Thank you. I just can't say it on air. But there's several things that I want to say to a whole bunch of people, which I just cannot say. Need to get your address, Anime Girl. I have Dallas merch to send you. Oh my goodness. So
who that?
That's Gridiron Girl, Sonia. You can go ahead and she's real. She's a legitimate person. She's a good person. Anime Girl.
Didn't we see her once sitting in your chair?
Yes.
She's been here, yes.
Yeah.
But I've tried to get her to come over and join me, and she's not always able to make it. But now that I have more time available, I'm going to see about that stuff. But I just haven't been able to go. Big Dog and I have gone out to have like a lunch or a dinner once in the last 6 to 8 months, Big Dog.
Yeah.
And we would at least once a month, or even more often than that. It's with the health issues.
With Scorekeeper's medical problems, my medical problems, we can't sync up.
Why don't the pair of you just say your old age problems? Because we're all getting old, me included.
But we don't want to get old. That's the problem. Our minds are still young. It just the body won't follow.
Join the club. I mean, I still think, great. I wake up in the morning and I think, get going. And I get out of bed and I make a move and I think, oh, shouldn't have done that.
Okay, Gridiron Girl, what about this Tuesday? Okay, this Tuesday. We'll see about this Tuesday. I even told my daughter about it. I said, we haven't been able to go out anywhere. See, folks, I get tired after 20 minutes of walking. It freaking hurts. Yesterday, I ran an errand with my daughter, and she asked, where's the cane? I said, well, I haven't used the cane in 3 days. And as soon as I got a hold of the basket when we went to the market, I was like, oh, damn it, I made a mistake. It didn't even take 3 minutes. I was having it felt like I had blisters. I've given up so much blood in the last day and a half. On Friday morning, I went for a blood test and they almost jabbed me in the exact same area, and they're checking me for neuropathy. I'm really concerned about that one
Wow.
because the third cortisone shot in my heel did nothing. So they're checking for neuropathy now. I'm really worried. So, but
Okay.
not as much as other stuff. So, Big Dog, maybe we can do Tuesday.
Tuesday sounds good. I don't think I'm doing anything
Yeah.
on Tuesday.
Gridiron Girl. Let's see if we can do that. But anyway, okay. On this theme, Max Crosby addresses Tom Brady possibly playing for the Raiders. Okay, I like Max Crosby. I think he's a good player, but there's a rule. He's an owner. I know baseball has a rule because of what Ted Turner did. Ted Turner was the owner of the Braves, and he managed the team for a day. A colossal blunder. It was bad. And immediately baseball put in a rule, yep, owners can't manage. They cannot play. So I didn't realize that rule was not in effect. It went into effect in the late 70s, early 80s. That's crazy. Thank you, Ted Turner. And the NFL has another rule similar to that, where no, an owner cannot play, cannot dress, cannot. Well, I think they can dress, but they can't dress to play. An owner can put on the uniform, but they cannot get into the game.
And for those people out there that say, "Oh well, the NFL has rules that says yes, you can own a team and play." No, what it says is you can play, you can be an active player and own another sports team outside of the NFL. In other words, Tom Brady, if he was still playing, he could buy into the Braves, he could buy into the Lakers, he could buy
baseball.
into the Kings. You can do that and still play ball, but you cannot be part of an NFL ownership team and play.
Folks, I don't know when baseball changed that rule, but I think it was around Wayne Huizinga when he owned a baseball team, and then he wanted to buy a football team or vice versa. And baseball was like, no, you can't do that. That's how hardcore baseball was. You could not
Nope,
own.
lost your voice.
Gone again. You're gone again.
Plug and replug, unplug and plug.
Replug. Yep, it's gone.
Play with yourself.
No, please. Not on air. Not on air.
Well, we're seeing him from the chest up. He's okay.
Yep, stand by. We're about to get deafened.
How about now?
Nope.
Barely a little better. One more time. Blow on it.
It's not a Nintendo game.
That's not where I was going with that comment.
I knew where you were going with it.
No.
Nope. You ain't playing the damn thing there, boy. I think you killed it again.
Nope. Jiggle it. Jiggle it. Jiggle it. Oh, he didn't want to jiggle it.
I never thought I would see Big Dog on air jiggling. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. See? Young at heart.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
He don't believe it. He don't believe us. He thinks we're taking the proverbial. We
It would be
cannot
nice
see them.
if he speaks to make sure.
How about now?
No.
It's only like 5% better. You were a whisper. Now you're just a
What's going on?
no,
How about now?
no.
No?
Nope.
You got a little bit louder, but not by much. No,
No.
that went completely gone.
Now,
There
Yo.
you go.
you know,
Yo.
it may not be this. It may be resetting. I'll
Yeah,
have to
because your
check that
voice
out
sounds a
next
little
time.
different. Your voice sounds a little different. It sounds like there's more tremble in your voice.
That's what she said. Is that what Big Dog said earlier, or what I was mouthing? 'Cause,
No, when I kept saying jiggle it,
oh,
jiggle it.
yeah, okay, that's what she said. No, I think that's what the guys would say. Jiggle it. But that's okay.
Well, you almost sound like a little Dalek there, Roger.
Yeah, your voice is a lot higher.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's reassuring.
You sound like you've been on helium and you're a Dalek.
Oh, well, that may be. There's actually a little spider on my monitor right now. Sorry, dude. No more.
That could be a money
I'm going to
spider.
report you to
the lottery
the
now.
SPCA.
It's on video proof. So
Yep.
see if I can go back to my settings.
Cruel, vicious, and unkind.
Nope.
Nope, you definitely gone again.
Now there's nothing now. Not even a whisper.
Back.
There you go.
But I'm going to
A
have
little bit.
why.
Nope. You're kind of
Nope.
breaking up though.
How about now?
There you go.
There you go, but you're back being a Dalek again.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to fix that long term. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for that. So, all right, we'll see. All right. Well, fair enough.
Fair enough. Carry on.
Yeah, we have a few more minutes. That's what she said. And we'll see. I remember in the 80s, that was one of our catch lines, right, Big Dog? When someone says, oh, that's what she said. Yeah, no, it was always the guys. Like, really?
I was never. My 80s was.
Where's the beef?
Oh.
Did you have those commercials of the two old ladies that were going to the restaurant and they got this like little tiny little patty? They opened it up and it was like microscopic, a piece of meat. And she's like,
no.
Where's the beef?
No, we didn't get that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That was hilarious. And that was her line.
Yeah. I actually got I got one of my colleagues just the Thursday gone. We mentioned a British advert and she never heard of it. And it was the little dormouse talking about marshmallow biscuits. And the catch line used to be, everyone's a fluffy one. Heard it.
That's funny, though.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's the dormouse falling asleep on the marshmallow. You see, and he just turns around and says, everyone's a fluffy one.
That's good, though. That translates well. That's neat. All right.
Between that and the Cresta Bear saying it was frothy, man, you know.
It was real cool when the former queen was in the commercial with the bear, that famous bear, Paddington. That was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Especially when she opens her purse and she brings
Yeah,
it. That was kind of neat.
Takes his hat off. Do you want a marmalade sandwich, Mum? And she says, I always carry my own.
Yeah, that was funny. I because it's a big deal, right, on what she carries in her purse.
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody thinks that the late Queen had no sense of humor, but don't you believe it? I mean, she had quite a sense of humor, and there was quite a lot of experience. I mean, and film evidence of her showing her sense of humor.
I just think it's the rest of the world that doesn't see the day-to-day stuff.
No.
Yeah,
they don't,
and we don't. But I thought it was so cool when she filmed that one scene where in the Olympics with Mr. Craig, Daniel Craig. That was neat, man. That she was actually really.
People actually believed it was the Queen that jumped out the helicopter.
They made it
Yeah.
look so good. They did. They made it look good. But no, she couldn't.
That was Elizabeth for you. That was the way that she tried to communicate. I mean, she learned from when Diana died, so she knew that she had
Oh
to
yeah, she was
She had to
not.
Mm.
Yeah,
she almost lost the country, but then she realized that no, she had to prove. That's why she did what she did the day the funeral come past. She bowed her head. She didn't have to, but she
right.
did. But, that's why I'll always be, an Elizabethan.
And the interesting thing is, folks, sorry we're off on this topic, but we'll never know. There's no way we'll ever know or understand what she did at that moment. We don't live that life. It's inconceivable. There's only a few others in the world that are alive right now that could understand. But for her to bow her head, she may have meant it. I think she did.
I think she did.
Because it wasn't one of those perfunctory ones. I mean, it was. I look back. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It wasn't, like that. It was. Well, I'm not going to repeat it because it's insulting, dumb, and stupid. But you're right. I think she meant it, and she didn't have to do it.
Didn't have to do it, but she did it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I guess this year's remembrance will not be the same. Because,
Yeah.
So used to seeing her.
My connection to her was the same birthday.
Was it? You're the lucky one.
I was. And I in the last 3 years, I actually wanted to write her a letter. The chances of her actually reading it, because I understand she has a minimum of 2 people that read all of her correspondence. But to actually get through to her and to get a response, well, we'll never know now.
No,
she did respond.
Yeah.
But the voluminous nature of mail that she would receive.
Yeah, but you see, what they would do is they would filter out the stuff that they considered frivolous.
And I wasn't the only one that shared her birthday.
Probably not, but the fact that a colonial was willing to admit that he had the same birthday as she had.
Yeah, I tell it to my coworker David. I said, "So, do you have a better view of the colonials all here?" I used to call them limey. It was great. Yeah, Adam, you know what that is. And he kind of looked at me. He's like, so I read a lot, David. And he and I have discussed the whole thing about limey and how it was actually a state secret forever because the English sailors were in better shape than many others around the world.
Oh yeah, because they had the limes and the oranges.
Yeah, they knew it, that the more that they could have, the better.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a state secret.
You'd be surprised what state secrets we still have that people don't know about.
Oh, young lady, yes.
We've got secrets. People, you tell somebody something about the Brits and they go, "Nah, that ain't real." Just wait and see.
There's a reason why they ruled 1/4 of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a reason why the British ended up with the largest empire in the world so far.
Still.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah. Well, there it is. Big Dog, do you have anything else? Because we are now at the time limit that I do want to get, because Everett you will be following shortly. You good?
Nope, I'm fine. Yep, I'm good.
Oh, no. Did you want to address anything else?
No.
Anime Girl.
Nope, I am done. I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's cool. Say hi to Janet again, please. We are thinking about her, and I hope everything is okay, especially knowing what you alluded to. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. So hopefully she's doing well, and we look forward to seeing. As I made the announcement earlier, folks, I do not know what the month of July portends, but as of right now, the only program that I will be doing in July will be a Thursday night episode, and even then, I don't know about it because it's not one procedure; it's going to be two procedures. So I don't know how much energy I'm really going to have. That's just a fact of the matter.
You ain't
And
gonna
as
have,
I get closer, I'm sorry,
you ain't gonna have much. Not with
I don't think I am, but I want to pretend that I have a tiny bit of control over my life. I said pretend. I thought I was clear.
I already told you I'm gonna be there right after surgery, and I'm gonna bring the cameras and stuff, and we'll do it from the bed.
Actually, in today's day and age, Big Dog, I'll probably be home in 3 hours. And just bring the camera.
Yeah.
We can do it from my bedroom.
Woohoo.
And then Dreem and you will be the only ones that have been.
Do we really want to go there?
I just ruined Dreem's dignity.
Yeah. Right. We better
It's all
let
good.
dogs of war.
Yes, we did, unfortunately. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. This was a fun program once again. I look forward to it. We still have several other programs scheduled for Sports Talk with the guys. I just don't know what they're going to be doing. I believe it's July 2nd, somewhere around that time is going to be the cutoff for me for the month of July, but we'll see. I see where everything is going. And the physician assistants have already given me a timeline. So I have an idea. That's what I'm saying. July. So we'll see. But there's something called insurance, huh, Big Dog? Doesn't that get in the way from time to time?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see. But
Nah.
that's why I'm kind of warning people that we'll see. Great show, lady and guys, as the way it should be. Thank you, Gridiron Girl. Gridiron Girl, seriously. Hopefully we can... Tuesday. That would be nice. For everyone else, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Anime Girl, there, Big Dog, take us away, please. And Everin, you follows in less than 30 minutes.
All right, guys. Yeah, guys. I'll have a fun weekend. We're down to one sport for the next couple of months, and that is baseball.
Oh,
so
and
have a fun
APP.
weekend. Yeah, whatever. Everybody have a fun, safe weekend. For those here in America, enjoy Father's Day as much as you can. And everyone else, just be safe, have fun, don't drink and drive.
Adios.